No signs of it today. It's not on I think you just when you get to overline.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are waiting to resume their important final championship match of the season against Hampshire, a game they must win to have a chance of avoiding relegation from Division 1. There is now a promise of a start at 11:15 this morning, 45 minutes late because of the overnight rain, but Warwickshire, with showers forecast for later in the day, will need to push on urgently from their overnight score of 138 for 2. Conditions easing for the time being though, and a start in around 10 minutes time. Good morning from Edgbaston. It is just coming up towards 11:15, and the good news is that better late than never, hopefully, we are going to have some cricket. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, introducing you to coverage of the second day of the game here between Warwickshire and Hampshire, which, as I'm sure all of you who are clicking this way know, have particularly high stakes for Warwickshire, perhaps not so much for Hampshire. After their largely successful season, already heading for a high finish, Warwickshire must win this game to retain a chance of staying in Division 1 for next season. So losing time doesn't help them. There were 41 overs bowled in all yesterday, and we've clearly lost a little bit of time this morning because of overnight rain. It hasn't actually rained here since about 9:30, and we had some sunshine briefly. But now, of course, now that it's time for the players to come out and the ground has been dried sufficiently, it's gone really dark again and the floodlights are on, and I suspect that play today will be interrupted at best. But at least we're on. We're on, Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent, which is that's half the battle.
That's right. And even though it's at the end of the season and we've been commentating all season long,
yes,
we're far better and far happier with the microphone on, bringing you some cricket, than we are talking about absolute rubbish in the back of the commentary.
That's right. You were saying that all morning.
Yes.
Yes. Keith Barker's going to start from the Birmingham end. Here he is with 2 slips. He's going to bowl to Sam Hain, who is overnight has 2. Rob Yates at the other end with 77. A handsome effort at the end of a difficult season for him yesterday. But Warwickshire will need him to continue and not hang about either today if they're to make something of this game. Hain defends the first ball today. There are 92 overs to be bowled today as it stands. Good luck with that. But we'll see how many they do get in, because it was meant to be played today and we've already lost some, so we'll see how many we do get. Barker left arm round the wicket, passes Hain's outside edge pretty much, and there was some pretend celebration from the Hampshire field by way of warming up, but that was a pretty good ball to get almost immediately.
Yeah, there's a bit out there. There was yesterday. I thought Sibley particularly, and Yates played very, very well, but there is some seam movement out there. It's a good batting wicket. Welcome Sports Extra listeners as well, by the way. I'm Kevin James, Mike Taylor next to me.
With floodlights on, a little bit of blue sky, much of it darker that we can see at the moment. Barker bowls wider of off stump, and Hain is letting this one go past. There are people coming into the ground all of a sudden, a school party by the look at that, in red jumpers coming in, about a dozen of them. So rather urgent PA announcement as they come in. But nice to see the school group taking a chance to come in for last bit of cricket for the season. I reckon that's a school group, don't you, over there?
I think 15, it is. Yeah, they certainly look like younger than I am. Yeah,
pretty keen. Round the wicket comes Barker and takes Hain on the pad, and trying to turn the ball away towards the leg side. But there's no run. The ball drops back down in front of Hain, who has found this first over awkward.
Certainly has. I was just getting clarification there, because on the over the tannoy, Mike, I know it's not easy for us to hear, but apparently there's been a code red issue on the ground. Nobody's moving. Everybody's just carrying on as normal, including the players. So I don't know what code red means here.
We don't find out. 2 slips waiting. Hain comes forward and defends wristily. Back to Barker, who fields in his follow-through.
Maybe code red is not as disastrous as I thought it might be when I first heard it.
Oh, if you can still hear this.
Yes.
It's not. Ground staff were on sort of code yellow all morning, I think, at least. They're out there busy mopping up. But they're having a short time for a tea break. Hain's taken on the pad again here by a ball that nipped back into him. And Keith Barker, in his usual way, found a discomforting line and length in his opening over today, which was a maiden, 138 for 2, Warwickshire. having made good progress initially yesterday with Rob Yates and Dom Sibley putting up 129, lost Sibley and Davis in the same over. But whatever they do today, they need to do it with a sense of urgency.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've had quite a lot of chats at the back of the room before we came on air this morning, having started a little later. But I think one of them is that, yeah, Warwickshire need to play because obviously they need a win now, the way things are. The unfortunate thing is Hampshire come into this game only really needing a draw at best and probably just a few bonus points to end up finishing second. So they actually don't need a game here. No. It would have been nice if both sides, for differing reasons, would have wanted a game. Here's a Bass. Oh, and he's beaten Yates outside the off stump. That looks like an absolute beauty. Round the wicket, angled in, pitched, straightened, and Yates is pushing at nothing there as the ball went past the outside edge. It would have been nice if Hampshire would have desperately needed a win to give themselves a chance of winning. And then even if we only had between now and maybe day 4 2 hours of play because of the rain, we would have had something set up. But unfortunately, Hampshire don't really need to play. They started this game 19 points ahead of Lancashire, who were third, although they have picked up their full batting bonus points in that game. That's a slight mishit there from Yates. Just opened up a little bit. The ball trickles up towards Barker at mid-on. So I think, unfortunately, from that, depending on how much the rain has a factor from now on, and I don't know about you, Mike, but it would suggest that after today the weather does improve a bit.
Does look that way.
Yeah,
looks that
but
way.
Surely.
But yeah, there's not so much incentive. Is that Lancashire picking up all the batting points means that Hampshire have got to do a little bit, haven't they, to finish?
Yeah, they
finish
do.
Above them.
Yeah, yet to get a bonus point. One more wicket will give Hampshire their first, but yeah, Lancashire with 5 batting bonus points, closing the gap there. That's way outside the off stump from Mohammed Abbas, very wide indeed. Yates obviously not playing at that one. Very impressed with him yesterday, Mike. He's top scorer of the season. I know he's had a bit of a battle this season with form and with runs, but for me he looked very fluent, and some aspects of his batting, the straight drives.
Yes, I saw some of those. Yeah,
beautiful, really was. And I love seeing a batter that sort of not quite holds the pose. Sometimes you can get a little bit posy as a batter, but you could see him enjoying showing the full face of the bat back to the bowler as the ball went past them. That's outside the off stump, a little closer to the off stump this time, and it's almost like he enjoyed the feel of that, almost like somebody that hasn't felt that enough this season.
Well, he hasn't, not in the first team, and lost his first team place for a bit, having really established himself and impressed a lot of good judges last season, made quite a lot of good runs. But it's been a difficult year. At least he's finishing it more positively.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's what you want to do. Yeah. Take some positives into the winter. As Abbas stays round the wicket, bowls, and Yates gets one about middle and leg, pushes that back to the bowler, and there's no run. He averages 27 career, which you want to get that up a little bit. You want that around the 30.
Well, it was higher than I think he's. I mean, even with this in, he's still only averaging 17 in the championship this season. It's his second half century, and there's been hardly anything at all otherwise. But he's a capable player. And has always shown, since the short time he's been around the first team, he had a good temperament.
Slightly fuller this time from Abbas. That's driven back to him, and that will complete the second over of day 2. Warwickshire have moved on to, well, in fact they haven't. Let's do maidens actually in the 2 overs that we've had. A maiden from Barker and now a maiden from Abbas. Still only 23 years of age, which I guess is no age really, isn't it? So it's still time to develop his game and push on.
I would take the opportunity to say he did a very good turn to the club that my boys played at King's Heath, just a couple of miles from here, a couple of weeks ago. Turned up for the on Sunday afternoon for the youngster sort of prize giving, and then faced all comers in the nets for about half an hour.
Always a dangerous thing.
It is a dangerous thing to do. Yeah. So, well, it is. I've faced my lads in the nets, and I'm still bearing the scars. It is. Stop being funny now. That as Barker starts a new over round the wicket from the Birmingham end, and Sam Hain lets that go past. I don't know whether those of you kids will know this. Some of you might have learned it earlier than me and could have told me, but eventually the kids get big enough that when you play them at cricket, they can dish it out and they know you can't give it back. And we've reached that level in our household now, yes. Because eldest is bigger than me.
Oh dear.
And has recently discovered cricket with a hard ball this year. I think he likes it too much. Barker left arm round the wicket, and Haney's turning this away from his front pad to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Are they good players?
They're learning, yeah. The youngsters, they've been a nice club. They've not been playing for long, for 2 or 3 years. Picked it up after the pandemic and found it really welcoming. So the oldest has sort of haven't only ever sort of played in the park with us, and he's got nothing to learn from in me, by the way. He's like, well, that looks like fun. I'll have a go at that. But he's sort of a big unit.
Is he?
The younger one sort of he skids it through. Barker comes left arm round the wicket and beats Hayne with a good one. It was still rising when it went through to the wicket keeper. That was a good one. But I'm worried about when the younger one gets bigger, you see, because he's a bit nasty.
Is he?
Yeah. Well, when he's bowling, he is. I mean, he's a lovely kid, but when he's bowling, he's sort of. I think he might want to bounce me next year.
Right, he's going to try and knock his dad's head off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit of a worry.
Probably, do you think he'll do it? Because I'm beyond the point where I could be a moving target, you see. He'll nail me. It's a worry. 3 slips are waiting. Barker's left arm round a wicket, and that's wide enough for Hayne to leave rather stiffly, holding the bat above his head.
I think, looking at Phil behind us, Phil Britt, I think he sort of gave a thumbs up when that last announcement came on during the over. So I think we've been stood down a little bit, have we? Is that right, Eve? Yeah, we've been stood down. We've gone from code red. Everybody can relax.
Okay.
Even Kevin Howes is puffing out his cheeks now, saying that's it. We can all relax a little bit more, having been on edge for about the last over or so.
Been on edge for 20 years. Here's Barker round the wicket, and Hayne, he's turning this off his pad for the first run of some description today, and it's going to be a leg by that moves Warwickshire to 139 for 2. I don't think this is very easy at the moment.
No, it's quite interesting. I spoke to Ian Holland last night after day 1, the Hampshire all-rounder who was on a hat-trick at one stage, and he said it's a very good wicket. It is a good wicket, but there is a little bit there. He felt that they probably bowled a few too many boundary balls, but it is coming on, and you can bat on this.
Barker left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Yates for the first time today, and a ball angling back towards the off stump, but not so much that Yates couldn't let it go, and it's the end of the over. I mean, a lot of the pitches here this season have sort of got easier to bat on, or at least more difficult to bowl a team out on, which might be more, some of them have just they've got sort of slower and harder to score, so it's not necessarily been easy to chase a target, although it's been done. I mean, England did it, and Lancashire chased a decent score here to win. But there tends to be more in the bowlers earlier in the game this year.
Well, I have to say, from what we've seen so far in the 44 overs of play here on day 2, I think I've seen this wicket do as much as I think I've ever seen any wicket do here at Warwickshire. And you can come here sometimes, and there's not a lot. There's not a lot for a bowler. Abbas coming in, still looking for his first wicket of this Warwickshire first innings. Length ball to Hayne, pushes that out on the offside, and there is no run. Sam Hayne, who's had a very good red ball season for Warwickshire. Over 1,000 runs, averaging 67, the top run scorer and the top averaging Bears batter this season. It's not bad, is it?
He'd be pretty high on the list of best uncapped players in all forms, really, now.
Still uncapped? Oh, I mean England.
Yeah, yes.
Sorry,
I
thought you meant here. I was thinking, wow, that's a bit unlucky.
No.
27 years of age he is. Here comes Abbas, runs away from us, length ball to Hayne, pushes it out towards mid-on, fielded by Brad Wheel. But he's had a very good season. 650s, 300s so far in the championship. He seems to have got a little taller, I think. I don't know, over the last couple of years. Maybe that's just me. Obviously don't see the Warwickshire batters as often as you guys do, but he just looks like he's a little bit, I don't know, looks a bit stronger to me.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think he probably is a little bit. He used to be sort of Jonathan Trott's body double.
Oh, really? Here comes Mohammed Abbas outside the off stump and left on, and everybody's getting excited out there. I think they're just geeing themselves up in the field. Meaning,
well, when he first came into the team, if they were batting together, they sort of adopted the same mannerisms. It was quite hard to. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad. If you're going to model yourself on somebody as a batter, you could do a lot worse than that. But when he was first establishing himself, he was remarkably similar in just everything he was doing at the crease. Jonathan Trott.
You get players that do that.
Good place to
Look
start.
at somebody and you think, I want to be like him. Abbas Bowles, again, it's outside the off stump. Hayne happy to leave that one go. It's a good carry again through to keeper Anara Donald. Yeah, you do. I don't know if everybody does it, but I think some players they do. They look at somebody bowling and think, well, I'll try that. What they're doing is something worth trying. So you copy their mannerisms a little bit, and obviously that goes into the batting, maybe even the fielding as well. And,
didn't work for me, that's why I'm here doing it.
Never worked for me either, really. I thought, well, I'll just stay being me because it's about what I know. Here comes Abbas. Bowls again. Again, it's outside off stump. It's a good line, but it's just a fraction too wide. We've already seen this morning with the overcast conditions, there's still a little bit there on that pitch. Just at the moment, Abbas not making Sam Hayne play.
It's dark. It's gone dark now. It's darker in the last 5 minutes.
It has, isn't it? The clouds are coming left to right as we look. So to the obviously in front of us is the city. You can see a lot of the high-rise buildings. So to the left, what sort of suburbs are we looking at?
It's a bit more, well, Edgbaston's more sort of that way. Away to
our left.
Saying, away to our left.
Here comes Abbas again. That's straighter. Wrapped on the pad there, Hayne. But it's going down the leg side. Just overcompensated a little bit. Abbas with his last ball of his 15th. And at Warwickshire are 139 for 2, having added 1 in about 15 minutes.
Yes, in 4 overs so far today. Just the leg bite. It's coming from a slightly different direction to usual, the weather, because we noted earlier that they're playing at Worcester, which is usually, whatever's happening at Worcester is usually what's going to happen here half an hour later. But the weather seems to be coming from the northwest. So would you explain why it's so chilly, I suppose? But it does look as though there are showers. There's a great sort of splodges all over the radar screen as Barker bowls a ball that nips through outside the off stump for the left-handed Yates. And he's taken by the wicketkeeper. Kevin's gone off to listen to BBC Radio Solent. Eve Jones is here. Hello.
Good morning.
Grey day.
Yeah, it's very gloomy out there, isn't it?
It doesn't look easy to bat at the minute.
No, it looks like the ball's just doing a little bit out there. They've just got to hang in there, try and get through this phase now.
Two pretty good practitioners if there's any nipping about. Barker left arm over the wicket, bowls fuller to Yates, who unleashes his first elegant drive of the day, and it unfolds away towards a group of school children leaning to cover. And they could do worse than study that stroke from Rob Yates. The first runs off the bat today. He's 81. What a good stroke.
A lovely shot from Yates there, just carrying on from where we left off yesterday. School children down there look a bit cold. They've got a few layers on by the looks of it.
Harden them up for the winter. Hold on. We're going on a school trip to the cricket. What day have we got? Right the last day, right at the end of September. Oh, okay. Barker left arm over the wicket, and this is Fuller on his toes to Yates, who tips it away towards mid-on and then thinks better of a run. Usually did that in the summer term on a school trip to the cricket. I went 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah, maybe they were just waiting for them all to come back to school and
maybe
off their holidays and embrace the nice summer, end of summer weather.
And a very keen cricket watching PE department, the school I went to. There was always a school trip on. Here's Barker, left arm over the wicket, goes wider of the crease, and Yates checks a drive here and steers it rather to extra cover rather than finding the gap this time. There's no run. Better to find some form late in the season than never for Rob Yates, because we saw last year what a good young player he is, but this year, until now, it just hasn't really worked out at all.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be disappointed in how his season's gone, but he's got a great opportunity now to kick on and get himself a good score. He's looking good on 81 here, so he'll be looking to go big.
Barker bowls to him, and this runs this off the outside half of the bat, controlled just about. It went more or less all along the ground between second slip and gully, and 4 slightly less elegant but nonetheless useful runs. I think he controlled that as far as you can control an edge.
Yeah, it looked a little bit closer than the ones he sort of got down there yesterday, and I think slips were interested for a little moment there, but managed to get a bounce just in front of the slip cordon and find its way to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
I don't know whether on a day like this, because it is cold. It's the coldest day of the cricket season into April, I reckon. Whether you really want a sharp one coming at slip today. I mean, you do, but I think you'd be glad if your mate caught it. You know what I mean? Here's Barker, left arm over the wicket, goes wide of the crease again. This is heading down the leg side. And Yates swishes at it, but he doesn't make contact. It's the end of the over. We've had 5 overs today, and Warwickshire have advanced to 147 for 2. Yates is 85 now, Hayne is 2, and although it doesn't look as though it's easy, they do have to bat with something of a sense of urgency, because there's no time to waste this week for Warwickshire.
Yeah, that's it. You don't know what weather's coming in this afternoon. Obviously, there's a few clouds looming above us now, so lost a bit of time yesterday. Didn't start till 2:15, so yeah, they have sort of got to give themselves a chance, but they have got to get some runs on the board and give themselves an opportunity to bowl Hampshire out twice. So we've got Abbas here continuing from the pavilion end over the wicket, and it's driven into the mid-wicket gap, and they sneak through for a single, and they actually look to push for 2 because there's a misfield there. And that's excellent running. They come back for the 3rd there. Bit of sloppy work there by mid-on. I'm not sure who that is there running round.
Sort of kicked it then. He did the hard bit, bending down to pick it up, and then kicked it 40 yards into space.
Yeah, might have hit the end of a wicket there. They're obviously quite worn and might have just popped up awkwardly there. So yeah, ticked it over. That's the 150 up for Warwickshire. Haynes on to 5 now, as Abbas is charging in round the wicket, and it's defended by Yates back to the bowler.
Edgbaston is sort of bearing the scars of the season. I saw the tweet yesterday from the ground staff. This is the 49th pitch produced here this season, which I'm sure must be a record for Edgbaston, and might be a record for any ground in the country. And we can sort of see an array. It's like some sort of odd paint chart now across the whole width of the square, probably 80 yards wide now. You can see all of them.
Bass approaching the crease, a little bit wider that time. Did think about playing at it, but pulls the bat away last minute. Goes through to the keeper. Yeah, and you've got the one strip that's very green to the left of the current wicket. So yeah, it just breaks up the square a little bit there, doesn't it?
Well, it's sort of a whole range of shades from green to brown. It's been an astonishing effort, because there've been no piece. I know it's hard work being the ground staff at any time, but this year above all here has been exceptional.
Bass bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Yates. Yeah, they've played a lot of cricket here this year. Obviously, having the Commonwealth Games on as well to add to the summer. I'm sure they'll be ready for a break. Well,
yeah, I don't imagine they get much of one. No, and of course then there's the other ground to look after as well, as the what we used to call the Colts ground, just behind the stadium here, and the one over at Cape Hill, the M&B ground. So there's plenty of work to be done.
There certainly is. The bass in again, a bit straighter this time, driven out to mid off, fielded though, no single taken. Yeah, there must be quite a few staff that's on hand to get all the work done. They've obviously got the nets over on the back of the Colts, as you said. They've got Portland Road, which has got quite a few nets there, grass nets there, and then obviously the pitch there as well. So they're very busy, they do a great job. Abbas in for the last ball of the over. Oh, it's a good ball that. Just beats the outside edge of Rob Yates. Keeper fumbles, but tidies up eventually. That completes the over. Score now 150 for 2.
Well, he hasn't been as accurate as we might have sometimes expected from Mohamed Abbas. He's 3 overs so far this morning, but that 2 or 3 balls have been right on target, and that was you'd have to be in some form to nick that. It nipped past the outside edge. Yeah,
I can't quite see from this angle if it is doing too much, but I think it's just doing enough to make the batsman warrant playing at those ones outside the off stump.
Keith Barker at the Birmingham end, and the floodlights are taking full effect now, and even then it is still, I'd suggest, marginal light now. Barker bowls to Hayne, who dabs this down to mid-on, and they want a quick single, and they've taken it. In fact, I think Hayne's hit by the throw as it comes in, so they have 1 run. Sometimes when there's a right and left-handed combination, the square leg umpire is not keen to move. Sometimes they don't move at all. But it's a day for keeping moving.
I think I'd definitely be moving.
Yes, it's a good idea. So any excuse for a quick jog trot across the field.
Yeah, it does look quite gloomy across the city. Not sure if that's skirting round us or what's to follow.
Parker's next delivery is outside Yates' off stump and he doesn't play. Normally the weather comes from behind, sort of up the Persia Road here. From behind the commentary box, so we don't necessarily see it, but it looks as though it's coming more or less across the city from the northwest, from Wolverhampton and Shropshire towards Birmingham today, and it is a showery picture. Barker bowls Fuller to Yates, who drives and ends up propping forward onto his bat, toppling forwards, but drives it firmly to mid-off.
Yeah, I came from that way this morning, North Shropshire, and it was raining all the way here, so hopefully it somehow misses us, diverts around the city.
Warwickshire need every over they can get to push this game on. As Kevin was saying earlier, there's no great incentive for Hampshire to play ball with that. Yates drives a slightly over-pitch delivery, and Barker fields in his follow-through, and it stings the end of his fingers, but he managed to knock it down into the ground. Keith Barker is part of a championship-winning team here. Of course, about a decade ago, he and Chris Wright led the attack very effectively. But a new stage of his career at Hampshire, and it's been a successful time for him so far on the south coast. And here he is again, bowling to Yates, who defends firmly out into the covers. And they've not tried anything, there will be a need to push on quickly, and they'll be aware of that. But you've got to do it in a measured way. You've got to put a score up.
Yeah, they can't come out here being reckless and playing shots all over the place. They can only control what they can control. Obviously, they have no impact on what the weather does and what the games around the country are doing, so they've got to make sure they do their bit right.
I'll glance at the other scores in a minute. Yates defends firmly up to mid-off at the end of another over. 48 overs of Warwickshire's first innings, 7 of them today, and they've advanced the score to 151 for 2, 85 to Yates and 6 to Hayne. After yesterday they lost Sibley for 54 and Alex Davis without scoring. And I'm just looking to see whether the umpires might at some stage start looking at the light. Hopefully they won't, but I don't think we're very far from checking light meter territory in all truth.
Yeah, you can see the umpire's just looking over towards the city where those clouds are. Probably just keep an eye on that the next few overs as the Bass continues over the wicket, left alone by Hayne.
Plenty of seam options for Hampshire. Of course, we've got Brad Wheel as well, and Ian Holland, who took the 2 wickets yesterday.
Yeah, Holland bowled well yesterday. He obviously broke the partnership. Great partnership by Warwickshire first up, and then got the quick wicket of Alex Davis next ball as well, so he could be an option soon. Abbas in again. Bowls this time. Plays and misses at that one, Sam Hayne, and it just goes through to the keeper. Just beats him on the outside edge there.
She's beaten 3 or 4 times already, Sam Hayne. Ended up completely squared up there, pointing straight down the pitch. Abbas does offer something special. He was most impressive for here, Hampshire, on a couple of previous occasions. experienced full international for Pakistan, of course.
So Bass bowls. This time played nicely by Hayne, just to the backward point region. They just scramble through for a single, as the umpire just makes his way over to the other side.
Well, it seems to suddenly lighten, doesn't it, just for a moment? But I think it's going to be that kind of day. Oh, somebody's trod on the scoreboard wire. Put another shilling in the scoreboard. 152 for 2.
Apparently Yorkshire 7 down now. We'll have to have a look at that in a minute.
I was going to do that. Yeah.
A Bass round the wicket this time. Hit into the leg side by Yates to the mid-wicket boundary just for the 1 run. Gets down the other end.
Yes, this is notable. Gloucestershire, this is at Headingley. Gloucestershire 190, but Yorkshire 146 for 7. So Warwickshire needing Yorkshire to stumble, and they have stumbled this morning, losing 4 wickets for 25. Kohler Cadmore for 46, Tattersall for 33. Also lost Duke and Dom Bess in recent times, so still 40 odd behind.
Bass in again. Oh, and he's beaten him again on the outside edge. Sam Hayne played at that quite forcefully, but just goes past that outside edge. Bass now got his hands on his hips as he slowly walks back to his mark. Can't quite believe he's not got himself a wicket this morning.
It's been his best over so far. He's now really finding an awkward line to Hayne. Elsewhere in the First Division, Somerset all out first up this morning for 202 at Canterbury, and Kent off to a brisk reply, 57 without loss. Nathan Gilchrist finished with 6 for 61 in Somerset's 202. So Kent could still be caught by Warwickshire if things went wrong for them, but they started briskly there.
Bass in for the last ball of the over. A bit more leg side-ish this time. Just worked into the leg side to mid-wicket, but no run taken. That completes the 49th over. The score is on to 153 for 2 now. Yates is on 86, looking really comfortable. Hayne just taking his time to get going here, but he's on 7.
The other games, most of them are getting going this morning, despite some of the showers around the country. They're playing in Manchester, where Lancashire have extended their big score from yesterday, but have lost Keaton Jennings for 199 this morning against the champion Surrey. Lancashire 487 for 7. Balderson 87 not out. Here's Barker starting a new over, and Yates defends from the crease. Back up the pitch, and there's no run. Where else are they playing? They are playing at Worcester, where Worcestershire all out for 225 in the second division, and have an early Middlesex wicket. Sam Robson falling to Dylan Pennington in the first over. So Middlesex 4 for 1, replying to the Worcestershire first innings of 225 at New Road. In comes Barker, and Yates leaves a ball that really wasn't very far from the off stump, but he left it with confidence. You've got to leave it with confidence, haven't you? He said, "Oh, I knew where that was going."
He looked confident, but
Yeah, well,
probably once he played it as he was playing the leave there, that might not have been so confident.
As long as you don't hear anything, it's all right. At Trent Bridge, Notts have moved to 336 for 3 against Durham. Matthew Montgomery's first class century. He's extended that now to 146 not out. In comes Barker with his leap at the crease, and that one just offers to move away from Yates, who is leaving with much more confidence this time. They're not playing at Northampton, where Essex are 220 for 8, waiting to resume against Northamptonshire. They're not playing either at Hove, Glamorgan 285 for 5 against Sussex, but they are playing in Derby, where Leicestershire all out yesterday for 249, and Derbyshire 107 for none. In reply, Billy Gondelman with a quick half-century there. Barker runs in and bowls fuller to Yates, who edges for 4 runs down wide of gully, and possibly at catchable height, looking at the reaction of the fielders, who are ruining that one. Proper nick. And Yates has earned himself a bit of luck there.
Yeah, his heart probably was in his mouth there. He didn't look like he controlled that, and looked like he tried to hit that through the vacant extra cover boundary like he has been a few times this innings. Gets away with it though. He now moves on to 90.
Yes, and with the year he's had, he might think he's owed one or two like that. The two slips and still a gap just asking for trouble for the fielders between second slip and gully. He's already found that once this morning. Then there's a rather deep set backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg as Barker bowls and Yates defends impeccably. As if to tease the bowler. He won't find the edge again. 157 for 2. Some heavy cloud, but moving over quite quickly at the moment. It's a breezy, chilly day.
Yeah, you usually find when you're a bit out of nick that those go straight to hand, don't they? But he's probably earned that bit of luck there. He batted really well like yesterday. Got away with it.
Barker comes in to meet him again, and Yates defends with minimum of movement here, just jabbing this into the ground. And he's seen off another over from Barker, who's bowled 5 very accurate overs this morning. But no breakthrough for Hampshire yet today. We've been playing for just over half an hour, and Warwickshire have advanced to 157 for 2 with Yates 90 and Hayne 7. And I thought the umpire was calling for another sweater then. It's that kind of day. There are days to be in this box, even days to be you wish you were sat outside, and today's a day to be in it, I fear.
Well, to be honest, it's not that warm in here.
No, I don't want you to get the idea
I might have to
that
put my coat back on it in a minute.
You know, it's not exactly sort of pina coladas in here. But yes, could be worse.
It could be worse, yeah. Abbas continuing then. Over the wicket, left alone by Sam Hayne. Just signalling there's a bit of movement there to his partner. Bit of gardening as well. Looks like there are some footmarks starting to appear from both sides of the wicket at the far side. Obviously having the left-hander, your bowlers come in round the wicket, so that just opens up a few footmarks there. Bass continuing. Bit straighter this time, wraps him on the thigh pad. Sam Hayne just picks that up and throws it to gully.
I remember when he was here, Keith Barker occasionally used to get into a bit of trouble with the umpires for where his feet were going. I don't know whether that's happened much since he's been at Hampshire. Certainly I remember on one occasion he was actually taken off by the umpires. He was warned to the extent of being taken off in a game here a few years ago. But it is part of the game. When you've got a left-arm seamer, as you say, bowling as many overs as Barker would in a game, it's going to be a factor, and we can see it.
Bass bowls just inside edge into the leg side, but all okay. Yeah, you can see the footmarks are pretty visible at that top end now. Some heavy landing, heavy footing.
So they'll be outside the right-hander's off stump. They may take effect later in the game, and spinners in this match should be taking a look at those. Warwickshire without the spinner, the Indian spinner, Giant Yadav, who they've had in the last 2 games, took 9 wickets last week.
Abbas bowls, that one's a bit further outside off stump, left alone, comfortably by Hayne. And going down the wicket, just a bit of gardening.
He's a fidgeter. You get fidgety batters, don't you? You just want to keep prodding at the pitch. Never know what they're looking for.
I feel it's just one of them things you just get in a habit of doing and resetting. Just walk down the wicket, reset yourself. Ready for that next ball. Abbas is in again. Bit straight this time. Hayne defends.
So I'm not used to batting for long enough to be bothered with that sort of nonsense.
That's probably why you probably need to do a bit more fidgeting, a bit more gardening.
That'd be the answer. I tend to fidget when the ball comes, that's the problem. It's one of the reasons why I'm not out there very long.
Become a bowler. Bowler's game anyway, isn't it? Only bowlers don't say that though.
No, you don't hear many bowlers saying that.
In comes Abbas over the wicket. Oh, he's just tried to swipe at that through the offside, and he might have just got a little under edge there through to the keeper. Gets away with it. Not much footwork there.
Looks
by
like
Sam Hain.
kept a bit low, that.
Yeah,
might
possibly.
have come off the bottom edge of the...
I think it just nicked the bottom edge
Yeah.
there, bounced just before the keeper. I don't think he got his feet in a great position. Looked a little bit wider outside that off stump. That completes the over. 51 gone now.
We had 5 from each of the opening bowlers so far this morning. Barker's been more consistent finding an awkward line than Abbas, although Mohammed Abbas has bowled some difficult deliveries. But neither of them has made a breakthrough. It's still distinctly overcast as Barker tries again, and Yates, very confident of where his off stump is, allows that to pass through low to Donald behind the stumps. So the other matches to watch as far as League One are concerned, or at least as far as Warwickshire are concerned, are the games in Leeds and Canterbury, where in Canterbury the news is not so good for Warwickshire, who need Kent to stumble because Kent are moving on well. 67 for none, replying to 202. Barker bowls outside the off stump and Yates leaves this stylishly, lifts his hands out of the way. But the one at Leeds is the focus of attention, where Yorkshire have been struggling this morning. And I don't know how many of whether the Warwickshire dressing room are going to sort of be looking at the scores all the time. I bet there's somebody who says, we know we're going to focus entirely on what we're doing ourselves, and then they'll go and...
Yeah, but there's always someone that will come in with the score.
Somebody
and then,
will find out.
Yeah.
Word gets out. Barker bowls, and again Yates is leaving, and once more that's not taken the first attempt by Donald. Two slips for company. It's James Vince, I think, at first slip, and a Weatherly at second. There's still a bit of a gap to Gully, but it's a pretty orthodox field. Ground staff are on the move again, which is always a slight concern. 157 for 2, in comes Barker, and Yates is required to play for the first time in this over, but he does so very correctly.
Yeah, I feel like those black clouds that were just in front of us have just gone round the stadium, but then I think there's some more coming in now to our left that look a little bit more concerning.
Yeah, ground staff have sort of marched to their position by the hover cover. So you'll know if they start it, you'll hear it. But that's not often a good sign. Barker bowls to Yates again, who's very correct in coming forward to defend. And the ball trickles back up the pitch.
Yeah, he's looked like he's playing that really confidently, isn't he?
Yeah.
Solid in defence. Only really the one chance that I can think of that probably, well, it wasn't a chance. Bit of a sort of lack of concentration, that one off the edge a few overs ago, but his 90 so far has looked really fluent, and yeah, he's played really well, looked really comfortable.
Finding some form to finish the season with, and he drives. I'd slightly checked it. It was going too near enough to mid-off anyway, so there's no run. But finding the middle of the bat most of the time, again, Rob Yates, who's extended his overnight 77 to 90 out of 157 for 2, and I think we might not be going very much further at the moment because the umpires, and this has all suddenly happened very quickly. There's the hover cover starting up. So we've had 40 minutes of play, and I fear, looking at the weather forecast today and the patterns on the radar screens, that this is how it's going to be, which suits nobody really. It doesn't suit Warwickshire. They want to get on with it. I'm sure it's no good for fielders coming on and off the field, and it doesn't suit anybody who wants to come in, but it must be an awkward kind of day for a player when it's like this.
Yeah, I think there's nothing worse than being on and off the field all day, and obviously the ground staff had a bit of that yesterday with taking the hover on and off. I lost count how many times they did it in the end, but yeah, it's not great to see, but obviously it's got to be done, hasn't it? I don't think it's quite raining yet, but
no, I think this is a precautionary, isn't it?
I think there's some heavy clouds just approaching us now.
So you can see from this box we look out towards the buildings in the city, and they've all sort of gone a bit grey, like an old television going out of tune, and that's usually a sign that trouble is on the way. So the umpires have made the call and the ground staff are out there, and she's now starting to rain. So we're on pause here. Oh, it's bad luck for the school kids. That's all 40 minutes of cricket. But all the hoods have gone up. So hopefully they'll go and get dry for a bit. And hopefully it won't be off for too long. I think the original plan was that it was going to be lunch at 12:40 today because they readjusted the times. But that's all now up for negotiation again, depending on how long we're off for. So if they haven't done so already, I suspect Sports Extra listeners will be going somewhere else. But we will take a pause at this point, because the ground staff look like they mean it, because they're getting all the covers and hoses and everything out. So I think we're going to be a little while. So we shall leave you in peace for a bit, and keep an eye on, hopefully, a resumption before too long, with Warwickshire at 157 for 2. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's attempt to win their final county championship match of the season, and in doing so try to avoid relegation, is again being affected by the weather. The second day of this game against Hampshire began 45 minutes late at 11:15, but after only 11 overs and 40 minutes of cricket, the rain has returned to Edgbaston to interrupt Warwickshire's first innings once more. They'd advanced to 157 for 2, with Rob Yates again settling into his elegant driving that was a feature yesterday, extending his score to 90, but for the moment, as another shower passes by at Edgbaston, the game is on hold again. Warwickshire 157 for 2. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have had more frustrations from the weather on the second day of the championship match against Hampshire, which they must win to have a chance of staying in the First Division for next season. Only 40 minutes of cricket were possible this morning, during which time they extended their first innings to 157 for 2, Rob Yates unbeaten on 90, but an early lunch was taken with the hope of resuming at 1:10, but at the moment the ground staff are replacing the covers in anticipation of another shower to come. Warwickshire with no time to waste, but being held up, waiting to resume at 157 for 2. Well, good afternoon once again from Edgbaston. For those of you who have kept the line going, then I hope I'm not suddenly surprising you into action with the voice coming out of the speaker. For those of you who've been watching on the web stream, waiting for the covers to go off, you will already know that they have. Although, as I fear is going to be the case throughout today, it might not be a permanent state of affairs to stay out in the middle, because already the sky is filling in again, and it is pretty breezy as the players go out to the middle, but we are going to resume. We had 40 minutes cricket this morning, if you haven't been following the coverage during the day so far, in 11 overs, during which time Warwickshire added 19 runs to be 157 for 2. Rob Yates extending his overnight score to 90, and Sam Hain with 7. But Warwickshire's need to push on is pretty clear. They must win this game to have a chance of staying in the First Division. They need other results to go their way, which may or may not be happening. We'll look at those around the country as we go on. Eve Jones is with me to pick up the commentary again. And each over that ticks by is hurting Warwickshire. They have to get on with it.
Yeah, obviously a lot of time lost in this game so far, so they'll be keen to try and stay out here for as long as possible now. So fingers crossed that the weather passes over and we can get a good bit of action in.
Mohammed Abbas is going to bowl the first ball after the resumption from the commentary in the pavilion, and he finds the outside edge of Sam Hain's bat straight away. It doesn't quite carry to second slip, and in fact comes off Weatherly's leg, and it's fielded down on the boundary at third man. It's hauled back in. They take 2, change their minds a bit about a third run, but already Abbas, who did bowl 2 or 3 very awkward deliveries early on without actually finding the outside edge, is in the market for an edge again straight away.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well this morning. Obviously not creating too many chances, but he did find the outside edge, go past the outside edge of Sam Hain's bat a few times. So he'll be happy with that first delivery to find the edge. Obviously just bounced short of that second slip fielder.
Still a very orthodox field, 2 slips and a golly, not too much of a gap between them now, as Hain, playing slightly across that, pushes it firmly up to mid-on. 159 for 2, 90 to Yates and 9 to Sam Hain, and it is blustery now as well. It's chill today. The weather is coming from a slightly different direction to usually here at Edgbaston. It tends to come up from the southwest. Today a northwesterly breeze, and it's keenly felt in this commentary box, let alone outside. Abbas hurrying into bowl again to Hain, who is steering this through mid-wicket along the ground and picking up at least 2 runs. Brad Wheels leading the chase to get there, and by the time he does, they will have 3, which moves Hain to 12. 162 for 2. This must be difficult to pace your innings now as a batsman, because the part of you that you want to be sort of playing steadily and working your way back in after each resumption, but they'll be mindful of the clock too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the intent that Sam Hain's had, just these first few deliveries, he's already got 5 runs to go to his total, has also just helped him along as well, so I'll be keen to get on with it.
Round the wicket comes Abbas to the left-handed Yates, who drives firmly to the covers. There's no run as it's sharply fielded by Nick Gubbins, moving across from extra cover. It's suddenly become hands in pockets weather.
I don't think there's many without the hands in the pockets at the moment. I think it'll look a bit chilly out there.
The hand warmers are a thing, aren't they? You
Yeah,
put
I'm
them in
sure
the
they'll have a few
microwave.
packets of those lying around in the changing room the next few days.
2 out on the leg side boundary, which is a relatively short boundary, but Yates isn't interested here in following a ball that's outside off stump and going a little bit wider. And it stays 162 for 2. The pitch as we're looking at it from the pavilion end is over towards the primary side of the ground. It's away to our left. So if I look straight ahead, I'm looking more or less straight at Brad Wheel at mid-off at the moment, quite a wide mid-off. As a bass turns, passes a pile of sawdust, which is all but blown away, and bowls full and straight to Yates, who defends and completes the first over this afternoon. 162 for 2, Warwickshire. Yates 90 and Hayne 12. We shall hear from Kevin James in a short while. He's come on to replace me after 2 o'clock after an update. And Eve Jones is going to tell you about Keith Barker, who's about coming from the Birmingham end, where he bowled his usual efficient, accurate way before lunch.
He's bowled pretty tidily this morning, hasn't he? So he'll be looking to carry that on this afternoon. Obviously, a few footmarks are showing now from his follow through. Coming round the wicket. Sam Hain facing up, just marking the guard again. 3 slips in play. Barker's into bowl, and it's defended back down the wicket by Hain. Got right up onto his tiptoes that time.
Yeah, he got the odd one to bounce a bit this morning because he's a tall man, Keith. Well, he's never been one of the quickest bowlers around. He's a big, muscular fella, and quite tall, but moves well.
In comes Barker again. Driven this time, and it finds the outside edge, and it'll run down towards us for 4. Nowhere near the slip fielders, but 4 more to Sam Hain's total. He's just looked to be a bit more attacking since he's coming back out. Obviously, only 2 overs gone so far, and it's already got the scoreboard moving.
Well, I suppose they've got to score all the bonus points they can as well, haven't they, really? If every point's going to count, if they're going to make up the ground on either Kent or Yorkshire.
Yeah, you feel they'll probably just have had a chat during the break. Probably need to just get on with it a little bit more now, as Barker's in, left alone this time by Sam Hain.
I should make reference, actually, to the other games, because there's been rather better luck with the weather at almost all the other games around the country, but particularly pertinent to the relegation situation at the bottom of Division 1 are the games at Headingley and Canterbury. I'll update the scores on those in a moment.
Barker in again. Good line and left side off stump. Left alone though by Hain.
At Leeds, Gloucestershire in the end took a small first innings lead of 7 runs against Yorkshire, who collapsed to the left arm spin of Zafar Gohar this morning to be all out for 183, with Gohar finishing 5 for 40. Tom Kohler-Cadmore's 46 was the highest effort in Yorkshire's 183. They trail by 7.
In comes Barker again. And that's left alone outside the off stump. Looked like he just jumped out before he went into his sort of bowling action there. Just a bit wider, so I don't know if that's a little change up. Change the angle.
It's almost as if he was hiding behind the umpire as he was running in. Not that he'd be able to do that very effectively. Gloucestershire 23 for 1, by the way, in the second innings against Yorkshire at Leeds. That's a lead of 30. They lost Chris Dent in the first over.
He looks like he's just done it again as Hain advances down the track this time and knocks it into the leg side for 1 run. Yates scampers through towards us.
There was a sudden outbreak of playground cricket there, wasn't there? Keith Barker went sort of on a mazy run up to the stumps, and Sam Hain matched him by shuffling about down the pitch, so
yeah,
2 can play that game.
That's a good over for Warwickshire. Everyone guessing, eh? Yeah, so the score moves on to 167 for 2 now.
He might have been blown off course, in all truth, because it is it's fresh at the moment. If you were by the sea, if you were in Scarborough, you'd say it was bracing today. That's why I used to get told on holiday. Go to the beach. Not staying in the hotel room. A good bracing walk by the beach would be good for you. Abbas is going to start a new over. A 167 for 2, runs away from us and bowls to Hayne, who advances to drive flamboyantly through extra cover for 4 runs. And now we've suddenly got a very different tone to the game than the one we had this morning.
Wonder what Sam Haynes had for lunch. He's come out all guns blazing, hasn't he? Looking to be very positive out here.
It's a gorgeous stroke. He was on the move as Abbas was coming into his delivery stride, and he picked a spot at extra cover. And we could be in for some fun if Hayne is going to be batting like that. He's 21, and Abbas is on the way to him, and he plays this down firmly to backward point. He's an elegant player of the ball, Sam Hayne, that he doesn't look as though he's hitting the ball very hard, and yet that one rattled across the ground away to the boundary quick smart.
Yeah, it went quite quickly as well, considering the amount of rain we've had the last couple of days.
That's true. The outfield here, it doesn't a lot of the big grounds these days. The drainage is so good, it just sucks the water up. Abbas runs away and bowls a bouncer. He saw Hayne coming, and Donald couldn't hold it, but he managed to scamper after the ball and stop it before Hayne could take a bye. So the game is well and truly on now at both ends. Hayne is he's going to try and take 1 or 2 liberties with both of these bowlers, who are not going to wear it, I suspect, for very long. Because he definitely saw Hayne coming then.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to try and get a cheeky single out of that as well, but Yates was sat on his back down the other end, had no interest.
I think Rob Yates might be quite happy to stay there for a minute. 171 for 2. Off goes Abbas, and Hayne is prodded this towards mid-on, and then suddenly made off as if he was going to take a run, immediately aborted, as Brad Wills running in to pick up. But the 40 minutes cricket we had this morning was very much, was quite gentle, in a way, and Sam Hayne was pretty watchful. The ball was nipping about, but
yeah, I love the intent from Sam Hayne this last couple of overs. Really means business now.
And here he is, waiting again for Mohammed Abbas, who runs away from us and bowls down the leg side, and there's going to be 4 here. No, not off the pad. He just glanced it down the leg side, and Abbas will be cross with that. He wasn't too far offline, but far enough for a player like Hayne, who's now in a mood to score runs.
Yeah, that's how Sibley was out early on yesterday. Managed to get to his 50 and then clip one down leg side, but keeper took it. Probably that one from Sam Hayne probably just went a little bit wider.
3 boundaries already since the resumption for Sam Hayne. 175 for 2. Off goes Abbas, 2 slips, then a gap, then to quite a fine gully, and Hayne is coming forward to that and trying to leave it. Looks as though he got the bottom edge as he tried to leave it, but he bounces through harmlessly behind the stumps. 175 for 2, with Hayne 25 and Yates, who has been mostly at the non-strikers end since the resumption, is 90. I shall have an update to do in around 60 seconds time, so in a minute I shall do that, and then I shall let Kevin come in and join you. But for so long as we're out there this afternoon, and who knows how long that is given the light and the potential for more showers, it looks as though we might be entertained.
Yeah, and I think they're just going on the defensive now, Hampshire, with their field set, and they've pushed out a deep square, slips come out to mid-wicket, just the one slip in play as Barker bowls, and it's just guided down to third man for a single by Yates. Moves on to 91.
I think he might be quite happy to do that, Rob Yates. He's 91, but he'll have his eye on something else, but I think he might be inclined to get out of the way and let Sam Hain get on with it.
Yeah, I think with the intent that Sam Hain's come out, Rob Yates just needs to keep it ticking as he has been doing and see what Hain's going to do, whether he's going to take him down. Same field for Sam Hain, deep square, fine leg, third man, and just the one slip in play as Barker's in, round the wicket this time, as it just gets him on the mid-drift and drops in front of him.
We're now down to just one slip and 2 out on the leg side boundary, who might be kept interested. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where we are now playing again as Warwickshire try and make up for time lost this morning in their attempt to beat Hampshire and somehow avoid relegation from Division 1 of the County Championship. They've extended their first innings in this latest little session of play to 176 for 2. Rob Yates on 91 is happy to play quietly at the moment. Sam Hain has hit 3 boundaries already since the resumption around 10 minutes ago, and he's suddenly bringing out some far more flamboyant strokes. He's gone to 25. Warwickshire trying to put the accelerator are 176 for 2.
Barker is in again. Last ball was a dot ball. In he comes. Oh, that's a big shot. That's a great shot by Sam Hain. Advances down the wicket and he smashes him straight back over mid-off for 4 runs. He really means business this afternoon. He now moves on to 29.
Well, he played that with such control, didn't he? And yet he's hit it really hard, and yet he's only just sort of followed through on the drive. But there's a very different style to the way that Sam Hain looking to do it now. 50 partnership is raised, but Hain is looking for runs, and suddenly it's playing 50 over cricket, or possibly less.
Absolutely. Here comes Barker. Oh, and he has a bit of a go at that outside off stump, but a bit of a waft and goes through to the keeper. Not much footwork on that last one, but real intent here by Sam Hain. Scores on 180 for 2.
Speaking of real intent, I'm going to stand to one side and let James come in.
Barker's in again. Sam Hain just having a few steps down the wicket. Defends it to mid-on. No run scored. That completes the over. Good over here for Warwickshire. Good couple of overs actually. Really extended this partnership after the break. Yates is on 91. Hasn't really faced too much since we've been back out. Sam Hain's rocketed to 29. He was on 7 not out. We went in for lunch, so he's really meaning business now.
This is fun, isn't it?
This is very exciting.
Yeah, loving this. I don't know about you, Eve. I reckon the fact that Hampshire have only taken 2 wickets at this stage is playing into Warwickshire's hands. Here's a bass running away from us. Bowls to the left-hander Yates, and Yates gets one that just leaves him a fraction. Thick outside edge down to third man, and that'll be a single, and it brings the highly entertaining Sam Hain back on strike. We are looking forward to this.
Yeah, he's played some really expansive shots, but timed to perfection.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think the good thing for Warwickshire, obviously they've got a good start here. They're on 181 for 2. They've got so many wickets to play with here, and I think obviously they've still got to try and bowl Hampshire out twice, and with us losing quite a bit of time over the last couple of days, they've got to get on with it and try and get themselves a decent total on the board so they only have to bat once.
Yeah. Deep square leg, not surprising. Mohamed Abbas didn't look like he enjoyed that last over. To Hain, here he comes, length ball. Hain plays that late, plays it out square on the offside. And there is no run. There's a deep cover, third man, fine leg, and a deep square leg. And Sam Hain, in this frame of mind, you cannot take your eyes off him. These last couple of overs.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I think Mohamed Abbas probably got the better of him early on. Went past the outside edge a few times, and I think the intent that Sam Hain's showing now is is going to try and attack Abbas.
Still got the 2 slips in though. As he comes over the wicket, bowls length ball. Haynes on the back foot, can't find the angle. Goes up to Barker at widest mid-off. And there is no run. Yeah, I love the last over, the bouncer. And then Mohamed Abbas seemed to stare at Hayne a little bit on a couple of times on his follow-through. And this happened a little... Oh, it didn't quite happen like this, but last week against Kent, Jack Leaning got 100, you may have seen. And he was using his feet to Abbas. And not many people have this year. And you feel he is a sort of a pace where you can actually do that, try and disrupt his length. Hayne comes forward, plays and misses. We're going to get a bit of that as Donald rolls the ball to the stumps, takes the bails off, because Hayne was a few paces down as he played and missed. But Hayne is trying to disrupt Abbas's rhythm. And Abbas is one of those bowlers that very rarely goes for more than sort of 2 and over, isn't he? He's sort of he gets into that sort of metronomic sort of situation with his bowling and just drops the ball on a length. I mean, his economy rate this year is just over 2 and over the whole season. But
yeah.
when players use their feet, it gets interesting. Here he is, comes in again to Hayne. What's Hayne going to do here? Gets a length ball, that bounces, takes the bottom hand off the bat, goes down just on the leg side. Still a bit there for the bowlers.
There is, isn't there? And you can see why Abbas has bowled so economically. No one seemed to really take him on too much this morning. They just sort of let him get into his rhythm and settle on that line and length. So it'll be exciting to see now what Sam Hayne's going to do. Try and put him off his line and length, try and make him do something different.
Yeah, he was on 7 not out on the restart, and here he is on 29 not out on the restart. Well, we've only had 15 minutes of the restart. It's been exciting. Here's Abbas again, runs away from us, and bowls to Hayne, comes down a fraction, turns that away into the gap on the leg side. They'll come back for 2. There's a lot of work there for Ian Holland to come off the boundary at the Holly stand side of the ground, and that's 2 runs. It looks like a bit of a breeze out there as well. Just looking at Mohamed Abbas's hair as he finished that over, it seemed to sort of blow about on top of his head. 183 for 2.
Yeah, the Warwickshire batters here are looking to score every single ball. Even off the good balls, they're looking for that drop and run. Good hands from Sam Hayne on that last ball to take the pace off it and get it into the gap for 2. Good run in as well by his partner, Rob Yates.
Feels a bit of urgency in the Warwickshire innings now. They must have been chatting over lunch.
Barker to continue. Bit shorter this time, and it's hammered into deep square by Yates. Along the ground, nice and safe. 1 run.
The thing is, there is a bit of pace in this wicket, isn't it? It's coming on nicely, isn't it? You can see that. Yes, I think as a batter, you're just going to have to accept that the one bounces a bit and the odd one seems a bit. But actually, generally, the ball's coming on quite nicely. So you can actually play your shots. And actually, with a little bit of luck playing positively, you could actually get the scoreboard and rattling along here.
Yeah, I think Sam Hayne's proven that. He's now on to 31. And most of them have come in the last 5-10 minutes. He's just had such good intent. In comes Barker, left alone by Hayne this time, a bit wider outside the off stump.
I don't know if Barker just pushed it out wide anyway, thinking Hayne was coming down the wicket. He looks as though he's going to... You just don't know what Sam Hayne's going to do here at the moment. Is he going to come a pace or 2 down? Is he going to stand back? Is he going to hang back? Is he going to go slightly leg side, which I think in the previous over, I think he was slightly leg side of 1 to Barker and played a missed. Do you do a lot of that when you're playing? When you're playing 100, do you look to do that, move around a bit in the crease?
I think you have to. I think you've got to try and be as adaptable as possible and try and put the bowler off as much as you can. Here comes Barker, defended by Hayne. I think if you stand there and let the bowler just keep bowling at you, then they're going to get into a rhythm and they're going to settle quite easily and just keep trying to hit the same spot. So I think you've got to be trying to do small movements like down the pitch, use the depth of your crease, try and create different angles, especially in the shorter format of the game.
I think what nearly put Hayne off there, actually, just as Barker was letting the ball go, there was a advertising board at the far end just plonked down.
Barker's in. Nicely played to the offside by Hayne. Soft hands. Jog through for a quick single.
Looks like Graham Welsh and Giles White, the bowling coach and director of cricket at Hampshire respectively, have just pushed that
Did it fall over?
Yeah, it did. It plonked on the ground. If you were really listening to our commentary, you might just have heard the little plonk in the background, and that was just as Barker was letting the ball go. But fortunately, those two backroom staff there are up there, and they pushed the advertising board back up.
Barker, and Yates pulls out of this one. Did that a couple of times yesterday.
Didn't he? Leaves it late. I don't know what that is.
Might be the wind. It looks like it has picked up quite a bit now. You can see the sheets behind the bowler's arm are actually moving around a little bit.
That's not ideal either. Right behind his arm.
Yeah, it's on the floor though, so it depends how close you actually watch the ball out of the hand, whether you're watching the big picture.
I think I'd get down here and bowl it down low.
In comes Barker again. Balls this time, and Yates does think about playing at that one, but I think he just holds his bat inside the line, goes through to the keeper.
Again, it's going through nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, some good carry.
Yeah.
Saw a couple yesterday that Donald took quite high up by his head. Yeah, looks pretty blustery now. You can see jumpers and the whites, the trousers blown away.
Even Barker
nearly got blown away then. So he walks back to his mark after his little false start. And he comes this time. Hard length delivery, just defended straight back to the bowler. Completes the over. 185 for 2.
Yeah, well, this is definitely the most exciting phase of the game so far, isn't it? And what play we've had, 58 overs over the day and a half that we've had. This is the most positive that we've seen the Warwickshire batters so far. But as Eve Jones says, it's very blustery out there. In fact, actually, just as I speak, I think there's a Bears flag, isn't it, down there about 1 o'clock we're looking, which actually isn't blowing quite as much as I thought. But I'm just wondering, maybe where that flag is at the far end of the ground, maybe isn't as blustery as it is out there in the middle. Keith Parker's walking off. He's had enough for the moment. Don't quite know why. He's walking off okay. But he's making his way back below us, back to the Hampshire changing room. Substitute fielder on, 185 for 2, with Yates on 93. And Sam Hain to face the next ball on 32, and Mohammed Abbas has been whisked out to the attack, and it's Ian Holland, who was on a hat-trick yesterday, the medium pacer, who's coming on at this pavilion end, commentary end, and he's going to be bowling to Sam Hain, the right-hander. Holland comes in, Hain, he's fishing at that one outside the off stump, he's pushing at that one, goes past the outside edge through to Anarin Donald. He's providing entertainment in many ways here, Sam Hain. I get the feeling he's not going to die wondering.
Absolutely not. You feel like something's going to happen every single ball, don't you? So
do.
Good to watch.
Oh, we're going off.
Oh dear.
Oh, as well as the wind, there is a little bit of rain. I'd say just a little bit of rain in the air. I'm not sure, Eve.
Doesn't look too dark, does it? The clouds don't look too dark above us.
James Vince's cap is off his head with the wind. That'll give you an example of just how breezy it's got. When you look at some of the shirts, actually, as they come off, the shirts are definitely flapping around. You can hear the cover in the background. That means that we're set for some sort of delay. The clouds are coming left to right as we look over Edgbaston. I didn't realise Edgbaston was to our left. The actual borough, suburb, wherever it is. I don't know, is it that bad?
I don't think it looked that bad, to be honest. That's a bit disappointing. We just sort of started getting into it, didn't we?
We did.
Exciting.
So yet again, we've got a stoppage here with Warwickshire on 185 for 2, and we had, how long did we have there? About 25 minutes, that session, something like that. We had 40 minutes earlier this morning. That's the only play we've had so far. Warwickshire have moved from 157 for 2 to 185 for 2. Hain has moved from 7 to 32, and Rob Yates, well, rather more circumspect, but I guess it was all about Hain, just that period of play. Yates has moved from 90 to 93, and most definitely Eve Warwickshire looking to get a move on here.
Yeah, it's a good little phase there for Warwickshire. It's just a shame they've had to come off. They looked like they were coming out all guns blazing. Sam Hayne especially. I don't think Rob Yates actually faced too much of the strike there. But what we did watch was really exciting from Hayne.
I'm just trying to have a look. He's faced 173 balls, Yates. Actually, I don't know how many it was when they went off before, so I didn't write that down. So anyway, how many? He faced 8 balls in that session. Thank you, Mike Taylor. Look, even when he's off, he's still working. He's never off for a moment, that man. So I think we better take a break, Eve. What do you reckon?
Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long.
No. Just the main cover is on, although of course, well, actually it looks like they're going to roll out the canvas from either side. So we'll take a little bit of a break, just very quickly, of course, because there are other games before we go that are affecting this game. Kent have a lead over Somerset now. Somerset bowled out for 202, Kent 206 for 2. They lead by 4 with 8 wickets remaining. Kent started this round of fixtures 14 points above Warwickshire. And in the other game that's affecting Warwickshire here, Yorkshire were bowled out for 183 in their first innings. Gloucestershire in their second innings now 42 for 1, so they lead Gloucestershire. They lead Yorkshire by 49 with 9 wickets remaining. And from a Hampshire point of view, who started the day 19 points ahead of Lancashire in third, Hampshire looking to finish the season in second. I think that would be about right, really. I think that would be fair, wouldn't you? It wouldn't be right that Lancashire finished second, but anyway, I'm biased. Lancashire 512 all out, Surrey 42 for 3, so Surrey trail Lancashire by 470 with 7 wickets in hand. Lancashire starting 19 points behind Hampshire, who are yet to get a bonus point here. Hampshire, Lancashire have picked up 5 already. So 185 for 2, myself and Eve will take a break.
So you know when you see it, right? So the whole development even goes through. So when you're sitting on the hotel, so literally over that line there, so basically over that stand. Shop and that, as you come off the road and you go up the hill towards the road, that's kind of going to be like basically off the road, Broadway, elevated, over the road, just to the side. Well, I don't know. I mean, I definitely did tell it. I don't know why some stuff came out this week because the application was at the start of the season. Kind of then, whether that's changed.
Feel good.
That'll go. That's where all the wellness singing. So all the car parking will basically be down the bottom end. And it's going to be a lot. Right, so the original, right, I mean, now we've got a bit of time. I'll be quick to explain. So what happened was, you know, the old ground, the lovely old ground. Yeah. Obviously, two sides. So, the whole of that land that's on there is owned by a college. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. Now, the original, what was it? Somewhere around there, when the original, so Oxford, this college went to Hampshire. I think they went to Hampshire. They wanted to I remember we were both it was the first thing I did. And they said, 2 or 3 in the garden. Came off the motorway at half shot. And it was just a field that went up from the motorway up to those woods. I said, was it where the ground's going to be? He looked at me, what? Anyway, so that's how it started. So they wanted to develop all that side. They thought by getting over the football club in Hampshire, that would help. Anyway, so that's the right solution. And then, over a period of time, I guess, I think what is must be. I don't know how much it is. This has been 112. Which I presume is a consequence of what's going on. There's all that going on. Hampshire, I mean, there's been all sorts of deals over the years with these guys. I mean, basically, Hampshire could be the cost of building the development to where they inspire. Maybe just supplying a fridge and putting 10 fridges down or something, signing off their contract. So, that's where you're paying. There was a committee. I don't know what they so Well, the nursery go. I mean, it's all geared towards keeping the creek. With like the golf club, XLR cable. Have you got a spare IDM key? Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I've been talking too much. Yeah, very sorry that. We're getting used to actually being the players being on and off. Yet again, they are off. They've been off to Warwickshire did actually in 25 minutes. And it wasn't just this game, as you might think. points and then 45 less to 86.
One of the best, probably the worst.
Well, they're just a pain everywhere they go because yeah, I go down. They allow a couple of commentators for T20 to go down in the church. So I say, well, actually, you know what? It's a bit of a pain in the arse being in something to go down. So if they'd understand you, though.
Yeah, well, I believe it's okay.
Yeah, they
But
said
I
that.
think it's very big amateurs because I know that they well, I do. I try to get at least once or twice a year. So I've got a voice. There isn't a lot for me to do.
Yeah, did you hear that? It wasn't it's like Scotland. No, it's good for one like that. Yeah, it's really good. Oh, of course you can.
I have to tell you that you're going to see as much of me next year as you saw about
As much.
No, you won't be in next year. There'll be nothing for you to be able to pay for.
I won't be reading out your words.
So when next week rains around, we can buy these sports extra weeks.
Oh yeah, you might get on there. Did you get back there last night? I was going to come up with it Tuesday. No,
Welcome back to Edgbaston for what will be effectively a third passage of play. Not because we've had lunch and tea, well, we've certainly had lunch, but because the showers keep rolling in and just interrupting play. And for Warwickshire, well, they were just getting going in that second period of only 25 minutes when they came off at 2:15. Warwickshire having advanced from 157 for 2 from the first passage of play through to 185 for 2, and that little spurt came mainly courtesy of Sam Hain, who is 32 not out. He'll resume his innings alongside Rob Yates, a season's best 93 not out for him. And in that 25 minutes they added 28. In the 40 minutes we had before lunch, Warwickshire added 19. Hampshire yet to pick up a third wicket, looking for their first bonus point of the match. I'm Kevin James. Next to me to take you up to the top of the hour is Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix, a left-hand batter. You don't often say that about a female cricketer. Left-hand batter, Eve Jones. Eve, it's been entertaining. That second passage of play was entertaining, wasn't it?
Yeah, we felt like we were just getting going again, and unfortunately had to come off. Small shower, but didn't really come to much, so thankfully we're back out here. But yeah, it was an entertaining 25 minutes or so. Sam Hain especially went from 7 to 32 in that little spell there, so he came out with some real intent and played some really nice shots all over the place. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he gets going again, how quickly it takes him to get going. So, and then obviously Yates down the other end going well on 93. Didn't have much of the strike in that little phase, but yeah, the sun's out now. I'm sure how long that will last. I can see some dark clouds over the city. Hopefully they'll swerve the stadium.
I think we've been lucky in a way. I know we haven't had that much play, but you're right, towards the city and that, we've watched dark clouds sail from left to right, and over the far side there looks to have been an awful lot more rain. In fact, as we look now, that's an awful lot more darker than it is over here. I think it's been an awful lot more rain over there, and I don't think we would have got much play at all if this ground was about 2 miles in front of us. But as you say, the sunshine is out. For how long, we don't know, because what's it looking like to our left there, Eve?
Well, it's hard to tell, because before we came off it looked all right, and then next minute there was a shower, wasn't there? So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, I suppose.
We'll savour what we get. Warwickshire need, of course, as much time in this game as possible, because they do need a win to keep their Division 1 status for next year. For Hampshire, probably a few bonus points will do to finish second. Here's Ian Holland then to complete the over that was started, but they couldn't do with a bit of light rain. Hain straight away off the mark. He pushes it out towards deep extra cover where Felix Organ fields, and Warwickshire move on to 186 for 2. It's a good pitch. It has been, well, for the amount of overs that we've played. We worked out, didn't we? Or Mike Taylor worked out, because he's the mathematician here. Apologies if you've got a degree in maths, by the way, Eve. But
absolutely not.
Have you not? Right. Well, it looks like Mike is the mathematician amongst us. He's already worked out that we've lost equivalent of a day's play. 96 overs, and we are, where are we, 10 to 3 on day 2. Here's Holland. He switches to round the wicket, bowling to the left-hander Rob Yates. That swung away. Yates drives straight to Joe Weatherly in the covers. Looks like he's feeling on the Sahara Desert there in that area. There's hardly a blade of grass around him in that particular area of the square, which is pretty central. So we're underway, and let's hope that this is a little bit more of a considered period. I think my app, I don't know about yours, Eve, my app suggests that it might be the best time of the day. What is yours saying?
I haven't actually looked. I've given up on my app because it was wrong every single time. So
Yates finds the gap. Through extra cover, that's 4 runs. A lovely drive from him. It's been a feature of his innings so far. And he moves on to 97. Warwickshire 190 for 2. Beautiful shot. Left-hander, extra cover drive. You would have savoured that one.
yeah, I really appreciated that one.
There's a big discussion, isn't there, or there has been in the women's game, about left-handers and the theories of why there's not so many. I mean, you are fairly unique.
Yeah, I feel like a minority actually. There's not too many of us floating around. I think there's a couple coming through, younger ones.
Here's Holland bowls. Yates pushes forward. It goes out square on the offside, and there's no run. I mean, what's your theory as to why there's not that many?
But I don't have a theory. I have no idea, to be honest. Yeah, there's obviously not been a left-hander in the England squad for some time now. I think obviously they've got Freya Kemp that's just coming through, 17-year-old left-arm seamer who can bat as well, left-arm batter. But I think the last one was Lydia Greenway, so that was a few years back now.
Yates on the back foot, he works that into the gap on the leg side. That'll be a single. He moves on to 98, 191 for 2. Lindsay Smith, Northern Diamonds, is another. But I'd be honest with you, you would know more than me, but I seriously couldn't name another one.
Grace Scrivens, Mayuri Tatani.
Oh,
there is a couple
from them.
floating around in the domestic setup.
Yeah. One of the theories I hear is because maybe, you know, they've grown up more with hockey than cricket, and you can't play left-handed hockey. You've probably heard that theory many a time.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really play much hockey at school. But yeah, when you do, obviously you have to play right-handed, so I didn't really fancy that because I was already playing cricket. But I suppose if you sort of come into the game a bit later, having played hockey as like a first sport before you get involved in cricket, then that might have something to do with it. I suppose it depends what school you go to. I suppose if you go to a private school, you're going to be doing a lot more sports, and hockey probably be up there for the females. As full of balls, and that's a no ball, I think, to start the over. Just flicked the pad and just dropped into the leg side. No run taken though.
Just a third over for James Fuller in this innings. 2 overs, none for 8 before this. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? But I guess as more of the next generation come through for the women, then I guess that'll be taken out of the equation because they will have grown up with cricket more, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of schools now, they're sort of having cricket as their main sport over something like rounders, as full of balls onto the legs and worked into the leg side nicely by Rob Yates. Looking for the second, and they do push for that second. That's great running, and that brings up Yates' 100. That's a cracking innings by Yates, just what he needs at this stage of the season. As he takes his helmet off, salutes the crowd, salutes the dugout, and Sam Hain gives a big hug there. Appreciated that knock. Has put his team in a good position.
Yeah, well, it's been a wretched season for him, hasn't it, really? A top score of 55 this season before today. His 7th first-class 100 of his career. Only 23 years of age.
Oh, is that flicks? I don't know if that flicks the thigh pad, and that runs down to fine leg quite sharpishly. 4 runs there. I'm not sure Yates was in a position that he was ready there. I think Fuller started running in before he was even looking and in position then. But just strain a little bit too much on the legs there, off the thigh pad for 4. Just 1 away now from 200 for Warwickshire.
And a bonus point.
And a bonus point, more importantly.
Although really it's the win, of course, thereafter.
In comes Fuller again. Driven nicely off the legs by Yates again, looking for that second. And they will push for that second run. Good run in there by the 2 batters.
Sports Extra listeners with us, Kevin James and Eve Jones, the Central Sparks and the Birmingham Phoenix left-hander. Calling the game. The sunshine that was out for a few minutes has gone away. It's been the pattern throughout this day and a half so far. We get leaden skies, then we get a bit of sun, then we get a bit of rain, and then we go through the cycle again.
Full of balls. Defended this time, just into the leg side by Yates, non-scored. Just see the groundsman just lining up alongside the hover cover there. Doesn't look good.
No.
A good sight. There are a few clouds around, but they're the experts, not us on the weather.
They always seem to know, don't they, really? I don't think it's just because there might be a comfy seat there. Those sort of airbags.
Quite possibly.
Might be that, but I think it's more to do with what might be.
Here comes Fuller, and it's a drop and run onto the offside by Yates. Nice soft hands there into cover. Taking that one. Brings Sam Hain back on strike.
Fuller's having his follow through looked at there. In fact, if he's actually following through where the umpires just looked, he's right down the line of middle stump. That can't be him, surely.
There are some footprints emerging there. I think a lot of those were from Barker earlier on today.
Yeah.
So Hain just marks his guard again. One slip in play. In comes Fuller. I do think about that single as it's just nudged into the offside. Big loud no from Hayne. That completes the over. 202 for 2.
Slightly darker out there than it was a few minutes ago. For the benefit of our new listeners, we're into the third passage of play here because of rain, and it's never really rained hard, but it's just been light showers that have passed overhead. So we got underway a little late this morning, but we had 40 minutes before lunch. Warwickshire adding 19 without loss. We then had a break, early lunch. We then had another period of play, which was 25 minutes, where Warwickshire got a move on, actually added 28 without loss. That was mainly down to Hayne playing positively, although Yates seems to have, in this third passage of play, come out a little bit more positive as well. He picks up a single out to deep cover, and Warwickshire move on to 203 for 2. Yates on to 104. It means that Warwickshire now have a bonus point. Hampshire is still waiting for their first bonus point, and on a wicket which, Eve, I think we've agreed that it's coming on nicely to the bat. There has been movement, but Hampshire, having taken 2 wickets in 2 balls through this man bowling now, Ian Holland, either side of that have beaten the bat, but are not really having a lot of luck. Hayne drives on the up past wide mid-off, and that's 4 runs. That's a super shot. Again, he's used his feet there, Sam Hayne.
Yeah, he's looked in such good control when he uses his feet. I think sometimes when people use their feet, they sort of lose a bit of shape, but he's just stayed on top of the bounce and punched that really well through the extra cover region.
207 for 2. Warwickshire, of course, very much keeping an eye on the Kent-Somerset game and the Yorkshire-Gloucestershire game, because they need to catch one of those 2 teams to get out of the bottom 2. Here comes Holland. That's cut away, and that's going to be 4 more, backward a point. That just sat up a little bit. It was a little too short there from Ian Holland. And Sam Hayne, the way he's been playing, you don't really want to be giving him too much room. I think Eve's going to carry on for now. I think, although there might be a double change, Phil Britt will come in, and so will Mike Taylor, because Mike's got to do a very quick update. Eve, if you want to, shall I go first, or shall Eve go?
You go.
Me go.
Carry on.
Eve, you carry on. I'm going to go.
Back-to-back boundaries then for Sam Hayne. In comes Holland, as that one's flicked off the legs. They do look for 2, and they'll take the 2 on offer to deep square. Sam Hayne now moves on to 43. Just starting to leak a few runs here, Hampshire.
They haven't got much control in this little resumption. It's been a bit loose in the last couple of overs. What is Kevin wrapping himself in cable there? What's he doing?
In comes Holland again, as that one's drop and run outside off stump, and Holland does have a shot at the bowler's end, misses, and Sam Hayne does come through for the single.
We talked in the last time we were on about there being a step up in the pace from Hayne in particular. Oh, is it raining again?
Oh no.
It's raining again. The players are walking off. There's the hover cover. All of a sudden, Phil's big moment. He was like Arthur and Markham and Wise with his mouth organ. You've got to be a little bit of a generation to remember that. He was poised to come on, and he was going to tell us something absolutely staggeringly important. He'd been saving it up all day, but you'll just have to tune in next season, or possibly later after this brief rain break. Because we're here again. I shall update listeners to BBC Radio WM Coventry and Warwickshire in 29 seconds time. But it's going to stop, isn't it, straight away? This is me maddening as a cricketer now.
Oh, it is a stressful time. So it's just getting some applaud there from the members for his 100 as they walk off.
Yes, well, at least he's achieved that one objective achieved in that little passage of play, and nervelessly so as well. Right, let me just sum this up for local radio listeners. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where for a third time today Warwickshire's match against Hampshire has been interrupted by another shower of rain. Warwickshire have sensed the urgency as they try to get the win that would give them a chance of avoiding relegation, and have batted with much more vigour in this little session, and seen Rob Yates go to his first century of what's been a difficult season, but he's driven stylish throughout this innings. 19 boundaries and 104. Sam Hayne now starting to use his feet and get down the pitch to drive as well, has gone quickly to 44. Warwickshire 214 for 2, but yet again rain has stopped play. With that then we shall stop, but at the moment the picture here is that the hover cover is on, but they haven't yet unfurled the rolled up covers that come out of the side of it. So, and suddenly the buildings in the city centre, 2 miles away, are gleaming in the sunlight, which, so we're being slightly mocked by the weather at the minute. Away to our right, it looks as though it's closing in for the afternoon, but there's blue sky coming from the left. It's like the start of The Simpsons all of a sudden over there. So, fingers crossed that we should be talking meaningfully again in a minute about some cricket. But for the time being, we're on pause.
Hopefully won't be long.
Hopefully not long. Alright, we'll pick it up again in a minute.
One of my finest spells of commentary.
You were good. I mean, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it.
You got it.
Just been asked. Just been asked 35 what to do after that last
Oh, well. I reckon we did that 5 days left.
Put the York game up with. And it's, oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's actually being sent from finance to that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to say, it was a silly throwaway comment through the cricket teams because Dad had put this on the head. Oh yeah, yeah. It's a long one. Right. You need to be wise. Have a blue sky there to the left, you need that. Sometimes I can start.
That's beyond me, that. Bit of filtering. That's the authentic BBC spirit, isn't it? Yeah. toasty yet. Wait till Will's over.
Well, some slightly better news last from here at Edgbaston, which is that this has been the shortest rain delay of the day, because no sooner had the players left the field than it had more or less stopped raining. So after quickly restarting the hover cover and tidying up briefly, the ground staff have got out of the way and the players are back out there. During which time we had a rainbow appear briefly over the top of the holly stand away to the right as we look, which is most entertaining, and allowed Phil Britt, who's going to move in alongside, to he went all Lord Lichfield on us, and that he was going through the full technical details of how to enhance the rainbow on your phone, which I missed. Here's Ian Holland to continue, and he's bowled Yates, who played right across a full delivery, the first one after the resumption, and Yates' innings entered 104. It was a good ball first up after the restart from Holland, coming round the wicket to the left-hander, and it was full right in at the base of the off-stump, and Yates flicked right across it. So he's 104 made in several short, sharp spells over the last 2 days ends, but a splendid effort from him to at least put some gloss on what individually has been a very difficult season, but he's finished it in a good way, Phil.
Absolutely. I don't think I did him a lot of favours there moving in, because
No.
never got to describe a ball today from him. Well, it's batting, but good to see him getting back into some form. He's had as you say, Mike, had a disappointing season, but at least he's got that to look back on. So his century, to go with his 1/2 century, I think what we'll see is Warwickshire trying to push this along now, because we've lost so much time in this game. It's a game Warwickshire have got to win, and at the moment they've still got 20 wickets to take, and time not on their side, just the 2 days, and there doesn't seem to be a huge amount in the wicket. I think there's a bit there for the bowler, but it's going to be hard work to bowl a side out twice.
Yeah, there was a bit this morning for Barker and Abbas when it was cloudy, but it's the wickets here have tended to play pretty well the later the game has gone throughout the season so far.
Yep.
Not always necessarily in a quick scoring way, but they have at least tended to offer as much as they're going to offer to the bowlers early in the match. It's James Fuller, I think, Phil, from the Birmingham.
Yes, sorry, I need to take the other end. Yeah, sorry. With plenty of blue sky overhead. It's probably, at the moment, it's as clear as it's been all day. That last shower has gone through. It's like April weather rather than late September, with the way the showers keep coming through, but there's a big pile of black clouds building up behind, but we'll forget those at the moment. Fuller's in, and Haynes steps across and allows the ball through outside the off stump. Gloucestershire have lost their 5th wicket in their second innings. They're 79 now for 5 against Yorkshire, just 86 in the lead, so they've had a bit of a clutter of wickets there. Late gone from 56 for 1 to 79 for 5. Fuller comes in again from the Birmingham end, in bowls, and it's beats edges and gone, and Hayne has now gone, pushing at a ball, a rising ball, which surprised him. It was through him quickly. Hayne pushed at it, not a lot of foot movement, gets an outside edge through to the keeper, and Donald takes the catch. Fuller gets a wicket, and Warwickshire have lost their 4th wicket, 214. Hayne has gone for 44.
2 wickets in the first 4 balls of this little section of the game, and that was a pretty good ball as well.
Yep.
It climbed a bit. The odd ball has. Barker made 1 or 2 lift a little bit from around a length this morning, up around the gloves, and that one bounced a fraction. And Hayne gone for what had become an increasingly enterprising 44. And now Will Rhodes going to be joined, I assume, by Dan Mosley.
Dan Mosley, yep. Dan Mosley, rather. Yeah, Dan's not played a lot in the first team this season. So he's coming in at a time where Warwickshire need to keep pushing on. They need to get runs and get runs quickly. So it's going to be difficult now with both men yet to score. So complete retrenching after losing both Hayne looked in particularly good touch, and Yates with his 100. So advantage just moved here towards Hampshire.
Yes, I mean Warwickshire want to push on to put a score on the board, but also harvest as many bonus points as they can on the way.
Exactly. So Mosley faces left-handed bat. He's facing as Fuller comes in to bowl to him, and this first one he tucks away nicely through mid-wicket. He'll get a couple of runs. It's just a run round and collect as ball returned back to Donald, but not before Mosley has completed his second, and completed it quite comfortably. So 2-1-6 for 4.
I think I'd be anticipating the game to be played, if not in 2020 style, then more like a 50-over game from now on. Pushing singles and that sort of thing.
Yep, they really have got to try and, I think, get that board ticking over and get whatever they can between the showers, because it looks like that sort of day. Full of in and bowls and mostly leaves outside the off stump, and that one skidded through to Donald, who in the end took it well. It surprised him, I think. 3 slips in place. There's a third man who is very close. He's almost like fly slip. It's such a short boundary down to third man, and then there's a point, a wide mid-off, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and a long leg. as Fuller again comes in from that Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this is driven by Mosley out to cover point. He gets no run. A few divots have been ripped up, but a good over from Fuller, so he gets his first wicket. Warwickshire 216 for 4, and Mosley on 2, Rhodes still to score.
Yes, so they might have to have a little bit of a retrenchment here. It might be that by lunchtime tomorrow they'll know their fate, Warwickshire, or at least know what exactly the situation is, because Kent have raced into what looks as though it's going to be quite a big first innings lead over Somerset, so that would make them almost safe.
Yeah.
All but safe. And the Gloucestershire-Yorkshire game might well finish by lunchtime tomorrow, and if a Gloucestershire win would give Warwickshire a chance, but a Yorkshire win would erase that chance. 2 slips waiting, 216 for 4. Holland right arm round the wicket, bowls wide of the left-hander. Rhodes is off stump, and the Warwickshire captain not having anything to do with that.
Well, they've got Gloucestershire have got Taylor and Price at the wicket at the moment, and you kind of think that Jack Taylor would be their main last real chance of brushing the score along.
Rhodes plays this late, guides it down to third man, and takes a trotted single.
He did a good job for Gloucestershire against Warwickshire last week, and they'll be looking for him in the second innings to do the same thing. And when Gloucestershire were in trouble, he's figured in a century partnership, which really took the game away from Warwickshire completely. And in this match against Yorkshire, Gloucestershire will be looking for him to repeat that.
217 for 4. 2 left-handers at the crease at the same time now, Rhodes and Mosley, in the best conditions of the day, in that it is immediately over the ground, and only immediately over the ground. It is predominantly blue sky. Round the wicket comes Holland, and Mosley doesn't want to run here. He thinks better of it, having guided the ball to backward point.
We're like a pool of blue surrounded by black and dark clouds. But, fortunately, at the moment, they're all quite some way away, but we just happen to be lucky that it's right overhead. So let's hope it stays that way.
In the shadow of the floodlight pylon for the first time today, Holland bowls, and Mosley adjusts as he plays this out to mid-wicket, just takes a step forward to balance himself. I think the likelihood is that we will have at least one more interruption today by the look of it, but
yep.
Warwickshire will simply have to make as much progress as they can in the meantime, doing it now with Holland bowling to Mosley, a ball that bounced a little bit, and Mosley had to adjust on that as well and played it into the offside. And I think this is quite a bouncy pitch. Kevin was saying earlier on, it looks as though it has pace and the ball is coming onto the bat, and I'd agree with that, but the odd one has bounced a bit too.
Yeah, it has, and I don't think it's an easy wicket to get going on quickly. Sam Hain proved that not to be true, but I think the rest of the batsmen have struggled a bit to actually come to terms with it.
Round the wicket, a good shot by Mosley. You flicked that off his toes for 4 runs, and it went really quickly out to the mid-wicket boundary. What a good stylish stroke from Mosley. He's 6, and it's 221 for 4.
What Warwickshire should be looking for is Dan Mosley to play the sort of innings he did in the white ball cricket, where in the T20 came in 2 or 3 times and scored well and scored quickly. Warwickshire scored a lot of runs in T20 this year, and he certainly, batting in that middle order, contributed significantly, and it's that sort of role he'll need to do today.
Yeah, he's a good player. 221 for 4. So 1 bonus point banked, but they'll want more. The umpire's got in a tangle with jumpers.
Because they've got to carry them again now, can't they? As Fuller comes in to start a new over, which Rhodes, who's now on facing, he's just on 1 at the moment. He lets that one go through as the sun again comes back out and bathes the ground. I'd love to say in warm sunshine, but it's absolutely freezing out there. This commentary box this last 2 days has been like an ice box, and yet it was all through this summer. It's been absolutely roasting in here. So such a contrast. Rhodes again waits. As this one is turned through mid-wicket. They can get the single as the ball is fired back in, and they make it quite comfortable. In fact, in the end, the throw coming in was way over the top, and Donald had to go and do a bit of tidying up. So 2-2-2 for 4. Double Nelson as Fuller again now. Ian bowls this down the leg side, a good flying take as Donald goes across and tidies up, as they couldn't get anything on it.
That was a good take.
Is Keith Barker? I'm just looking around. He's up to, no, he's on the.
He was off the field for a short while, wasn't he?
Just looking, the chap, Kevin, who's up to mid on? This next one is flicked at by Mosley as it goes flying outside, down a shorter one outside the off stump, which didn't have a lot of foot movement and sort of flashed at it to try and help it on its way down to the short third man boundary, but Mosley not able to get anything onto it. And again, another good take by Donald, but this time down to his left. So stays on 222. In bowls, mostly looking to drive that one away through the offside. It's just a little bit early on the shot. In the end, a bit of a leading edge runs back into the onside, and Fuller running through fields up his own bowling. As that blue sky just disappears and the clouds start to move in to take its place. So looking a little ominous again. The sun has gone. It quickly changes. We'll have time certainly for Fuller to complete this over. He's in and again down the leg side. Mostly goes across his stumps, looking to try and flick it on its way down towards fine leg, but can't get anything onto it, and it's tidied up by Donald. It's the end of the over. It's 222 for 4, 2 to Rhodes, and Mosley has 6.
And it's hard to take your eye off the rain radar, although it's like a magic eye picture today. Looking at that little yellow and green blobs heading across the screen. But for the time being, we play on. 37 overs available to Warwickshire potentially today, which might be a stretch, even if it doesn't rain. Holland starts a new over, drifting onto the pads of Rhodes. Flicks him for 4 through square leg. And it was a bit of a gift, that one, for Rhodes.
Yeah. It was. That's almost like a half volley onto the legs, into his legs, and Rhodes quickly into position, flicking it away. That's his first boundary. 226 for 4.
Holland's quickly on his way again, and he's on the same line again, and now square leg has gone out to the boundary, and so he's able to stop this, and so it's only 1 this time. 227 for 4. We saw Barker and Abbas did all the bowling in the before lunch, and just about in the second little session as well. And Holland and Fuller we've seen. The one seam we haven't seen today is Brad Wheel, who his last first-class game was for Warwickshire when he had that brief loan spell in the summer. Shorter ball from Holland, and back goes Rhodes and pulls to deep square leg, where they take 1 run.
The ex-Bear Brad Wheel, to go with Keith Barker. So
yes. Not quite such a noted Warwickshire career as Keith
No,
Barker.
it was a brief career, wasn't it?
2 first-class.
I'm not sure who was the most surprised, whether Brad Wheel was for being in the Warwickshire side or us for seeing him play.
They also served. Now here's Rhodes goes for an enormous whack outside the off stump, but a full swinging delivery. and the ball swung and Rhodes swung and nobody hit anything.
No, it was the intention's quite clear here. I think Warwickshire are just trying to get this board moving along as quickly as they can to try and offset the lost time. It's going to be well over a day's cricket by the end of today, because I think one thing for sure, we won't get right through.
Now he drives at a ball that was fuller and didn't bounce all that much and went through low, and Rhodes flicked out a drive at it.
Yeah, it's the ball, it's a little unpredictable, I think, the bounce as well, which isn't helping them. But Rhodes and Mosley have come out with definite positive attitudes, just as we saw Hayne prior to that last rain break. But
I mean, more up than down.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any keep low. We've seen a few just spring up, and not prodigiously, just a little bit. Holland bowls, and Rhodes now he sort of plays half a shot at that. He positioned himself as if to play, and then fiddled behind the front pad. He didn't make any contact with that either. So 6 from the over, 65 overs of Warwickshire's first innings, 228 for 4, and Mosley is 7, and Rhodes is as well.
Fuller is going to continue from the Birmingham end, as I just wonder how much longer we get, because looking across from where the weather's coming over on our left, look at the flags showing quite clearly. It's blows, we look down on the pitch, it's blowing from the left to right.
It's turned a little bit.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Yes, Fuller starts a new over, he's in, and Mosley pulls this away down to long leg for a single. That's all that will.
Oh. Right, lost. Well, I would keep talking for our listeners in the ground. I think probably still hear us. I think we just lost the line to the internet for a moment, so I'll try and revive that.
That's just the fielding down there, and one more to the total, 229 for 4. Charging bowls. This one is helped again, away down to the backward square leg. That's going to come through for a couple of runs. Rhodes doing pulling this time. 231. Mike is frantically here, changing the batteries. Going to get us back online. It's as Fuller. Overhead gets darker and darker, and the floodlights become more and more. We are back on air, so apologies to anybody who lost us. We just had a slight technical problem, as this one is run away and to the slip cordon, and by the time second slip had been able to move round and collect, the batsman had raced through, and Weatherly, who had to go and do the fielding, wasn't able to actually get the ball and have a shy at the stumps because the batsman had completed the run. So Warwickshire really doing everything they can to get keep that board ticking over. 232 for 4, and you feel it's almost got to that sort of one day type cricket in the way that they're launching at everything. This one is pulled away strongly but straight out to deep mid wicket by Mosley for 1. Again, looking to be aggressive and keep that board ticking over. 233 for 4. Rhodes has gone slightly ahead of Mosley now. He's on 10, Mosley's on 9, and it's Rhodes back on strike. Crowd today, it has to be said, is pretty sparse and well wrapped up, and quite right too. It's Fuller's in bowls, and this one has deceived Rhodes, who was looking to cut it away through down to the backward point area, but in the end the bounce deceived him and through to the keeper. Last ball of the over from Fuller, 233 for 4, and Warwickshire not being able to really pick up the boundaries they're looking for off that over.
That one bounced a bit as well at the end. So I think there is something there still for the bowlers. So yeah, look, taking the time out of it, I think you'd say this isn't a bad score, notwithstanding the 2 recent wickets. 233 for 4 is not a bad position to be in. But they need to get it moving. That's the problem.
Yep.
Weather forecast looking a little more encouraging for Warwickshire for the next couple of days at least. 2 slips wait as Holland starts a new over, and it's elegantly driven for 4 by Mosley. What a gorgeous shot. And he guided it wide of extra cover, but not so close that it would reach the fielder at wide mid-off, and he made it look effortless. What a good shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shot. The ball retrieved from the down to our right, just below the members area of the stand, and it's forced a fielding change. A man has come out of the slip cordon, so we've just got the 1 slip in place now. A man's gone to backward point and 1 out to deep cover point.
It's been pretty full of length, Holland. Now bowls a bouncer, and Mosley hits that for 4 runs as well. So they're all coming alike at the moment for Dan Mosley, but as if to try and correct, because I'd noticed how full he was going. But that was quite a short bouncer, and it sat up and begged, and Mosley dispatched it.
It's almost as if to disprove your point.
Well,
there.
I think so. I don't need Ian Holland to prove that I'm a fool. I can go home and have that. 241 for 4.
So, initially, the way he got hold of that, I thought that one might even have gone for 6
to the
down
shortest boundary. Yeah, he pulled it down. It is the shorter side with where the pitch is, which is, if we're looking from the pavilion straight down the middle, where the test pitch is, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the left of that. So getting towards the edge of where it's playable for first-class cricket, I would suggest. Here is Holland again, having been hit for 2 4s at the start of this over, and bowls a very wide delivery. Not wide enough to be a wide, if you get my drift.
But
not
just
far off it.
Wide enough for the batsman not quite able to reach him. I would say it's about as far wide as you can get without being called.
Yes. 241 for 4.
The field gradually, I think if Warwickshire continued this way, the field will gradually spread and the boundaries be rather more protected.
Holland bowls really full and really wide, and Mosley nearly does himself a mischief stretching for that, down on 1 knee.
I think Holland here is just about testing the umpires.
I don't think you could go much wider than that.
No, so far he's got away with a couple, which I think under normal, and it seems sometimes in the 4th innings umpires become much stronger on that.
Holland bowls, and this is driven from off the line of off stump by Mosley, and that's accelerating as he goes towards the boundary. It has that impression. He scoots along the ground, wheeled as the fielding, and they have 2. Mosley's seeing it quite well at the moment.
It was a lovely shot. As you say, it went across a lot of the cut wickets and just picked up enough pace to really sort of keep it forcing a good piece of fielding out there. And
19 to Mosley. Round the wicket comes Holland. Mosley adjusts, steps right across his stumps to anticipate the wide delivery, and then clips a full toss off his pads from right in front of the stumps and down to long leg for 2 runs. He improvised to good effect there, Mosley. And he, at the end of a 12-run over, he's 21, and Warwickshire at 245 for 4.
It's slightly unfortunate from Warwickshire's point of view that they're trying to play T20 cricket against the T20 champions. I think they may have picked... Well, you could have picked a different side, actually, here to add against.
Going well enough so far.
Yeah.
Holland now 3 for 71 in 14 overs, so it's when he's been bowling that all the action's been happening. On the whole.
What time is tea?
Oh,
is
do you know, I saw that a few
3:40?
minutes ago.
3:40, I think they said. This next one is driven. It's Fuller starts a new over, and Rhodes drives it through, looking to get through extra cover, and in the end it was well stopped.
Of course, you might argue that the logical thing to do is that we've lost enough time, is to say, well, we've only just been off, we'll either scrap tea or we'll keep going until it rains next time, within reason, up to a limit of, I don't know, 4:30 or something. But obviously we won't do that. So it'll either, I suspect, be 24 or 10 to 4, and I will look around in a minute for information.
Fuller in, bowls and mostly digs this one out. 2:46 for 4, so Warwickshire really in the relatively brief periods of play they've actually got this board ticking along really well today.
The last time I was on doing these commentaries, a kind listener sent me a firm but fairly worded, or a fair but firmly worded email, probably better, saying here are the regulations for when tea is now any lock overs off, and now I've got to find it, because he said you should keep this, and I have. I've just got to try and find it.
Fuller in, bowls, Mosley driving at that one, looking again to force it away through the offside. Almost gets an outside edge as the ball flies through to Donald. There's a man now back on the cover boundary, having a chat with the ground staff, who are again out, anticipating the next shower to get that hovercraft engine started up again, or motor started up again. But in the meantime, still playing. 2:46 for 4 as Mosley drives, but up to mid-off, and there's no run.
It was from a chap called Neil, and Neil, I found your email, Neil, maybe you're listening again, and it said, T is 3:40, 3:10 in September unless 32 overs left to be bowled. However, if there's a break in play within half an hour of scheduled time, T is taken immediately. If there's a disruption earlier in the day, T can be rearranged at umpire's discretion. But on 104 over days, it's fixed at 4 o'clock, 3:30 in September. Well, it's 3:38 now, and we still haven't had it, so I don't know.
This one drives, and appeal for a catch as Mosley went for the drive, but not out. It was a half-hearted appeal. Donaldson took the ball, threw an arm up, and James Vince by the side of him thought, I'd better join in too, and then not to be outdone, Fuller running through thought, me too. And they all sort of appealed, but nobody really seemed to be totally, and least of all the umpire and the batsman, who sort of looked back as if to say, no, didn't hit that one. 2:46 for 4 it remains. Fuller comes in, bowls, and this one is pushed out to the offside. It's the no run off it. It's the end of the over. Rattle of applause, because it was a good over there from James Fuller. 2:46 for 4.
See, the official word has just come through.
Yes.
It came from Kevin Howells.
Oh, well, it's got to be official.
See, I don't care what Kevin James says about him. Well, Kevin Howells knows stuff. And it's 10 to 4, apparently.
10 to 4.
10 to 4.
Ah.
Good.
Okay.
So Sports Extra listeners are back with us, I gather, at Edgbaston, where it is 10 to 4 or the next rain break for an interruption in this match, and it's a bit of a toss-up.
I would say my money's on the rain break.
On the rain break. It's not been a reasonable bet. The floodlights are starting to cast shadows from Ian Holland again as he starts a new over, and Rhodes goes down on one knee, gives it a mighty slog through long off for 4 runs. And that is very much a statement as to how Warwickshire are intending to play the game for however long we're playing today, and it raises 250 in a second batting point with a full-throated slap down through long off.
Yeah, it's really was there, and Rhodes was onto it, and this has been a pattern of play really, with so much time lost. Warwickshire trying to get this board ticking over. It's both batsmen, Mosley and Rhodes, have both been prepared to attack anything which has been pitched up. Warwickshire lost their 2 batsmen who were in set, with Hayne and Yates having completed his 100, both going within 4 balls of the restart after the last rain break. So these 2 have had to come in and pick up the rate, and they've done it very well.
Holland's obviously tired of the batsman taking liberties to him, so he's had the keeper standing up, and the next ball Rhodes has flicked into the groundsman's tunnel for 6. So Donald, the wicketkeeper, called for the helmet, and Rhodes merely just stood where he was and whacked it for 6.
Good job, picked it up beautifully. for a moment I thought it was going to go straight down deep square leg's throat, but in the end it went over his head and bounced on the hover cover.
It's not the longest boundary that side. 256 for 4. Getting darker. Holland bowls. Rhodes hits that over mid-off on for 4 runs. 1 bounce.
So Rhodes is making it pretty obvious. Warwickshire have got to get runs on the board. They've got to get them quickly, and we've said they've been playing almost like a T20 style for a while, and we're seeing it now that that board has to. If Warwickshire have any hope of maintaining their place in Division 1, they've got to win this game. Rhodes is realising with all the time lost, he's got to get runs on the board and get them quickly.
4-6-4 in this over. This is a bit shorter, and Rhodes short arm pull and hits it hard along the ground to mid-on. So he's still 260 for 4. They are clocking up bonus points, and they want as many of those as they can grab. But I don't know whether you'd want to stay batting, even at this pace, to get all the way to 400 if you could. So, you know, I mean, are they looking with a view to bowling today? Because if so, then why not have that many overs of batting left? 3 now on the leg side boundary. Holland runs in and bowls, and Rhodes hits it mightily hard, and he hits the bowler in the follow through. I think is probably the best description, rather than saying that was a caught and bowled chance, although technically it was. But I think it merely hit Holland was probably before he'd even realised it was coming.
I think he's now realising just how much that's hurt.
That's hurt.
He stood there for a while, and now they're going down, and now Holland is looking. It's hit him on the wrist, I think, on his right wrist.
Yeah.
In the follow through, and initially, I think he's felt that was okay. The umpires, I think, are going to come together and have a chat as well, because the light has definitely deteriorated.
Yes. You might, as the batter here, argue exactly how much the light's deteriorated when you hit the first 3 balls and it's over for 4, 6 and 4, but that's not entirely the point.
But the bowler can't see it on his follow through.
He didn't see
the
that.
Danger.
That was hit really hard by Rhodes, who was very much taking the long handle to Ian Holland's bowling in this over. The umpires are in discussion. We're supposed to be taking the tea interval in 5 minutes anyway, and given that some of the best weather of the day was during the lunch break.
It was a lovely lunch, wasn't it? Beautiful weather and
it was quite
balmy.
Balmy, yes. Well, with an L or an R as you choose. But the treatment is for Holland, who is having a drink, because that always helps. And the umpires are staying out there, so I think we probably are going to go on, and presumably we'll have 1 more over before tea. After this, Holland's had running repairs and has got 1 more ball to bowl in this over, if he's assuming he's okay to do so. Which it looks as though he is. And while he was having treatment, if anything, it just lightened a fraction, so
yes,
we probably will get to tea.
Yeah.
But I wonder whether there are 32 overs left on the board today. The light's going to be marginal all day. So if you want to be bowling to have a little go tonight, you've perhaps only got another 15 overs of batting, and you're not going to get very many more bonus points in that time.
No, I don't think so. Well, unless you...
Could you get to 350, that'd be 6 and over from here. 350 in 15 overs, and maybe you'd get 10 overs bowling tonight. I think I would suggest that's the maximum possible from this point today for Warwickshire. Round the wicket comes Holland, bowls a full toss, and Rhodes hits it with 1 hand. Out to deep extra cover, and they'll have 2 runs.
He played that almost as though he'd been the man who'd been hit on the wrist and took somebody should just remind him it wasn't you got hit, it was the other one.
All the same, 16 from the over. Rhodes is 27, and Mosley, who's been looking very good so far, is 21. For just a recap for Sports Extra listeners, Warwickshire lost Sibley 54 and Davies 0 yesterday, and today they again lost wickets, 2 in 4 balls today. In the most recent resumption, Yates for 105, his first century of the season, and Hayne for 44, 3 wickets altogether for Holland.
Fuller starts a new over, and Mosley looking to drive it. ball outside the off stump, gets nothing on it, but Donald behind the stumps can't take it cleanly. The ball runs away just behind him, and so he turns and goes to retrieve it, and not before Mosley is called through for the single by his captain, Will Rhodes. Takes Warwickshire on to 2-6-3 for 4. This is Rhodes, who's in particularly aggressive form at the moment. He's on 27. He gets himself ready. The field spreads. 3 in the deep on the onside. As Fuller is in, and Rhodes goes across his stumps trying to do a ramp shot, and in the end ends up outside his off stump, facing towards the wicket keeper, playing at fresh air as the ball goes harmlessly through to the keeper.
The background to this game, or the way Warwickshire are trying to play it, is that in the other games that are pertinent, at Leeds now, Gloucestershire in the second innings 110 for 5. That's a lead of 117 over Yorkshire. A Yorkshire win would push Warwickshire closer to the edge.
That's Fuller in, and Rhodes again opens up his stance, and it's a no ball. It's overstepped by Fuller, so Rhodes there was looking again to give that a real smack away into the offside, but in opening up his stance, he actually took himself away from the ball and didn't make contact. It's a 50 partnership with that no ball between these two. It's come off 48 balls.
Kent 280 for 4, now already 78 runs ahead of Somerset. They're going at a great lick.
It's full into Rhodes. Rhodes cuts that one away through back point and out to the cover boundary. Got no power on it at all, and it rolls slowly out to the fence, where Nick Gubbins out there does the fielding, hands in pockets to keep warm.
And the short version of Warwickshire's predicament, remember they are the defending county champions, or were until Surrey took the title, I suppose, last week, is that Warwickshire must win and either Kent or Yorkshire lose.
This next one is pulled away by Mosley through mid-wicket and beautifully dissecting 2 fielders out on the boundary, both of them looking to get to it, and he puts it perfectly between them. Slide rule perfect, and takes Warwickshire on to 270. And Mosley very impressive in his in this knock. He's come in aggressively, and he's played it exactly the way his captain would want. He moves on to 25, 270 for 4.
It's a fun little innings, this, isn't it?
It is, it's the ideal one for him. He plays white ball cricket really well, and we're seeing that here. This next one, he turns away off his legs, again behind square on the onside, and they'll come back for the second as the ball is fired back in, but Abbas gets to it, and they're back, so 2 more. 272 for 4.
Well, this will probably be tea after this ball, and then they'll can have another little bit of a recalculation as to where they are.
So here's Fuller in for the final ball. This ball beats Mosley outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. The umpires take the bails off. Tea is taken with Warwickshire 272 for 4, 28 to the captain Will Rhodes, 27 to Dan Mosley, and
that session scored 58 in 9 overs in that last burst, despite losing the 2 well-set batsmen, Yates and Hayne, immediately. So that was decent progress, but they'll have to decide exactly what they're going to do after tea, and I think we can say what they're initially going to do is get the hammer down.
Yeah, it's obviously their tactics are very clear now that whilst they're out there, they're going to have a go at everything. It's just a question of how long they carry on. I think they've got to also look at it that they might be forced not with the light, that perhaps Danny Briggs might have to bowl rather more at this stage than they'd want him to if they were to get in the field. But by the same contrast, they've got to actually bowl. Still got to bowl Hampshire out twice.
20 wickets, yeah.
You know, Hampshire are not going to give them anything, and 20 wickets on here. with only 272 on the board, might be difficult.
Well,
We'll see.
they'll push on a bit. So we will take a pause there for tea. We'll probably have Kevin and Eve on after tea, I reckon, at 4:10 thereabouts, when Warwickshire will resume with Rhodes 28 and Moseley 27 at 272 for 4 in 70 overs. Right.
So I'm just looking at the table. I don't think bonus points actually matter all that much. Yeah, they've got to win and have either Kent or Yorkshire lose. So that being the case, you could put them to. You've got to find players. You've got to try.
I think so, because because of the situation with
Yes.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire, between showers today, have tried to press on in their match against Hampshire, a match which they must win to stay in with a chance of staying in Division 1 next season. In the last section of play, 40 minutes up to the tea interval, they did press the accelerator, despite losing Rob Yates for his first century of the season, a splendid 104, and Sam Hain for a bright 44. But Will Rhodes and Dan Mosley batted enterprisingly, adding 58 in 9 overs, Rhodes flicking Ian Holland for 6 over square leg as the highlight. He went to tea with 28, and the Bears looking to accelerate further after the break to score runs while they can at 272 for 4. Right, just a quick word for people waiting for the resumption of this match again after tea, scheduled in a couple of minutes' time. You might have heard the engine of the hover cover a few moments ago, which is the harbinger of doom as far as Ealing cricket's concerned today, because when you hear that, it means it's about to be put in place, and so it is, with a shower arriving quickly. I'm not sure it is going to be short, actually, looking the direction the weather's coming from. But anyway, the covers are back in place, so we won't be resuming at 4:10. There were supposed to be another 31 overs potentially available today. We certainly won't be getting that many now, but we shall leave the sound up. The next time you hear the hover cover opened, it will be better news, because they'll be taking it off again. But for the time being, once again, for I think the 4th time today, rain has stopped play here at Edgbaston.
Oh, that's right. What happened to them?
We had two. One was
Well, I hope that carry on past that. Loaded up now, they will all be there.
Perhaps they could carry back and forward there.
I was there for the first sit day. Yes.
Nobody else looks at it. It comes down, I think we've got something.
Oh no, past it all the time. Really? Yeah. And the pitch was similar to where he's at now. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. There's a big one down there. Give it that. Give it an hour. Indeed, Yates. No. No. Games like this is too easy. We need a couple of minutes. Gloucester Yorkshire, I mean, good finish there, what sort it was? 125. So, yeah, well, it's No, that's why I don't get some. Just let them.
Not up the top.
Oh.
You know where we go down for lunch.
Yeah.
Just go out there and then straight ahead, and then it's like that. It's like boxes. There.
Eagle-eyed spotted them. Then it took around to show us.
Yeah. It's a bit of experience.
Commentators are speaking in hushed tones.
Oh my.
Fearing the worst. Because it must be there's a Gloucestershire bird doing well now.
Yeah, Dave Martin will be in a room at Trent Bridge watching not score 6 minus 60. And we just, Kevin and I were entertained by that prospect.
I'm tempted to go there a little bit. He's not going to like this. He's not going to like this. If he's not heard the news already, have you heard the news already?
It's off.
No. Essex, right? Last week, Essex.
Yes.
Nothing being.
Ah, there's a shock. Because?
No explanation.
No explanation yet.
However, if you'd kindly, I was going to say, however, if you'd kindly vote for your championship match, that's at least
What did Sprout say to Michael Fox?
best teachers.
What we think they should pitch, let's just say it's alright.
Is it safe to say they just need 5 points?
Yeah, because the gap's close to 14 points. I've got Lancashire 6, and we picked up 1. It was only 10 at the start, so that's
If you keep it up with this.
Is that right? No, is that
He
right?
just
No,
wants
I'm
you to
just
say
hoping
yes.
to say
No, just
you're
go
right.
back to the original question.
Well, that is because I was hoping somebody would say, yeah, that's right, Ken, and I would work from there.
Yeah, that's
You're
right.
always
Because I have a habit of getting things wrong.
No, you don't. You're never wrong.
But,
So just to get back to it,
Yeah,
it is
so
too
I'm
simple.
trying to work
It's
out.
a moving pitch.
Because they couldn't hold Surrey and get behind Surrey,
yeah.
so they couldn't get points.
So
Because they've got 5 batters. They've got 1 ball, so they couldn't get to it. Yeah, they couldn't make that.
24 points from the match. Because then you need 5 points from the other.
5 points in total. Oh, of course, yeah, because if we're 19 points at the start,
Yeah.
at the start of the game, we just need 5.
Yes.
Have you won more games?
Yes, yeah.
So 5 points. So
Yeah. So yeah, right, 5 points.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So
yeah,
yes is the answer.
yes, that's all I want.
Now, you know what radio's like. Why say in, why say in 2
I'm going to have to do that. So 19 lunch team.
Yes. That's right.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have, in the opportunities that they've been able to play today, have pressed on as hard as they can on the second day of the championship match against Hampshire, but they have been held up by the weather too often. We're currently in the middle of the fourth rain delay of the day, which is why Warwickshire can't advance on their score of 272 for 4, which looks a decent total on a pitch that has offered a little bit of help to the quicker bowlers now and then. Rob Yates made a century earlier today, and there was an enterprising 44 from Sam Hain, but Warwickshire have been in the dressing room for too long, prevented to get out there by the weather in a game they must win to have a chance of avoiding relegation. Rain stopped play at 272 for 4.
Durham are one down already.
Yeah, well that's fair. I mean, the batter you can always be thinking of picking instead. Like you could have done project for the infield. Just so yesterday. More centuries. Oh, eh? What time in the morning do you get up to come up with that sort of stuff?
I'm just about finding my link to this thing.
Yeah.
Can't find another song.
Well, I've got two. You're now doing what I said for something. I was going to do it. You start overthinking it. Just going for these names. Who would stand out?
Very good, thanks to you. You too. Bizarre statistics sort of thing today. Michael Hogan bench retired. His entire career, 380 first-class matches in the FA every week. Which I'm not sure is a great recommendation for a batter. So,
Never too much.
apparently today when the Walker and I were eating down there, declared
Right.
No, I don't know what this is. I'm not sure what this bit. That's it.
We've got a 30-year-old could be very young. With nothing.
I thought he was overseas.
There's no limited. Yes, exactly. Oh, I mean, this is something that really easy with the team. Really, chance to. Pajara's not run. Oh no, Pajara was in my team. Pajara was at 5. Taking a few more will be based on a few more in Division 2 next year if Yorkshire get relegated. Hey, look at this. We suppose that we're going to play him.
Well, 10 to 4, went to the team to 10 to 4.
Hello. No, although it looks like there might be at some point, so I shall. Yes, in a game, of course, that Warwickshire must win and hope that either Yorkshire or Kent lose if they're to get out of their predicament avoid relegation from the First Division. To that end, when they have been on the field today, they've batted with increasing enterprise to push their score along, but because of 4 rain interruptions, they've only batted so far for 29 overs today and 70 overs across the 2 days. Rob Yates completed a very good 100 earlier today, his first of the season, and Sam Hain, Will Rhodes and latterly Dan Mosley have batted brightly, but at the moment we haven't played since 10 to 4. Warwickshire are still hoping to get back on. It looks as though we might get a little bit more play this evening with a score at 272 for 4.
They must have calculated.
I don't disagree with that. Look, those people are not. Well, at least not if they be.
Well, after an hour and 3/4 since we last had any cricket, during which time you might have heard the odd, somewhat repetitive update into news bulletins and the even more repetitive sound of the hover cover coming on and off, we're going to have some cricket. How much we're going to have, I don't know, but the most important thing to tell you is that Warwickshire have declared their first innings at 272 for 4. Maybe there was a clue in the way that Will Rhodes was trying to hit the ball out of shape in the last 10 minutes before we last went off. But they have grasped the nettle here, Warwickshire. They've done a calculation to work out that bonus points now don't appear to make any difference to them. And it's their number one objective, Eve Jones, is they've got to take 20 wickets.
Yeah, and I think they've got about 7 overs tonight to try and pick up a couple. So yeah, I think it's a bold move. I think it's a good move. We'll see how they go.
Well, to try and make a start on that task, is Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who has passed 50 wickets this season and in large measure has held Warwickshire's attack together. Not least because he's been just about the only one of the quick bowlers who's been fit throughout the season, but as well as that he's bowled reliably and delivered wickets at economic cost as well. So he's done a first-rate job, but now would be a big moment. With not many people in the game, I think most people had given this up, not unreasonably. So here he goes, from the Birmingham end with 7 overs potentially to bowl tonight and 4 slips in place, and his first ball to Felix Organs outside the off stump. About 2/3 of the ground, maybe a bit more than that, is in shadow, but it is sunny. We need the sun to stay out. I think if the sun disappears behind the cloud, the light will get very bad very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's probably been one of the brightest it's been all day. So yeah, the cloud cover doesn't look too bad at the moment. So fingers crossed we can get this full stint in.
4 slips wait, Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Organ is shaping as if he's going to play at that. I'm inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't. But that's the sort of line that the big man's got to find. Hannon-Dolby. He's got waiting keenly Sibley, Hayne at second, Yates is at third, and Dan Mosley at fourth. There's a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square leg, and here's Hannon-Dolby running in now to bowl to Organ, who does withdraw the bat inside the line of that. And you could leave it on the bounce there, Felix Organ, if he's so minded. And it goes through.
Yeah, it looks like there's some good carry out there still. I think a few of the Hampshire bowlers early on there got a few to bounce up quite nicely. So I think yeah, they'll be up and about here trying to find that edge. Slips waiting in play.
I don't think this is a bad pitch. It's got a bit of pace in it. It had a little bit nipping about for Barker and Abbas earlier on. Hannon-Dolby bowls and Organ is forward, defending out into the offside. And Warwickshire are busy in the field. They've had a rough season, but they look up for the task now. They ought to be keen. They've been kept waiting long enough by the weather.
Yeah, they've got to be up and about here, haven't they? I think they know what their job's got to be. So 20 wickets will get the job done, hopefully. So we'll see. They can get a couple of early wickets here now. No
more second chances after this week. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Organ is dropped by Hayne at second slip. There was the first chance, and it went low, but he got his back to us, Sam Hayne, but I reckon that carried, and the reaction of the other fieldsman, I think, confirms that.
Yeah, I think he'd expect himself to take that one. I think they've just done a few warm-ups before they went out there and looked like they'd taken the slip catches pretty comfortably. So yeah, that's a disappointing start for Hayne.
That was an 8 or 9 out of 10er, I reckon. And Dolby runs in as another go, And Organ, he's beaten by a really good one. There was some response from Hannon Dolby, who turned on his heel and stomped back off to get his jumper, because that wasn't a bad first over, but he didn't strike.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect start, wouldn't it, for Warwickshire after the break? That would be just what they wanted, getting that first wicket nice and quickly. Try and get through a couple here tonight.
Because the other relevant thing here is, or particularly relevant, is that Yorkshire are struggling to get through Gloucestershire in that game at Leeds. A century partnership now for Gloucester's 6th wicket. 196 for 5, they lead by 203, so Yorkshire will have to make the biggest score of the match in Leeds to win that game, and in so doing ensure they'll stay ahead of Warwickshire.
Liam Norwell then from the pavilion end. He's got 4 slips in play as well. And he comes over the wicket. Oh, and he beats the outside edge of Holland there. Good start, good lines.
And there's not much to gain as a batter here. There really isn't. You'd be wanting to spend as much time as possible at the other end here. Nice quick single for Ian Holland here, but he's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, it's not a great time to bat, is it? Because you've sort of got to try and get through these last 7 overs, and then you sort of start again tomorrow. There's no more balls, a little bit wide outside the off stump. Some really good carry out there. Alex Davis taking that quite high up, even though he's a bit shorter than other keepers.
Well, he is, yes, but all the same, that was climbing. We haven't seen enough of Norwell this season. Warwickshire supporters haven't. This is only his 4th championship game. He's struggled for fitness.
He's looking strong at the minute though. These first 2 balls he's bowled. Norwell bowls, bit shorter this time, left alone by Holland.
The other team that Warwickshire could have caught before the start of this round of games was Kent, but they have put themselves in, if not an impregnable position, then a very strong one at Canterbury, replying to Somerset's 202 at a rapid rate today to make 405 for 7 in 88 overs. And everybody's dipped their bread here. Miaya 85, Crawley 79, half century for Robinson down the order as well, so they've had a good day.
In comes Norwell. A bit short at that time, defended quite comfortably there by Holland.
But it is Yorkshire, therefore, with the focus of Warwickshire's attention, if they can catch them. But to underline the fact that Warwickshire must win this game, you know, a good draw is not enough, whatever happens in Leeds.
Yeah, bowlers have got a big shift ahead of them, haven't they? 20 wickets needed as Norwell approaches the crease. Oh, leg side-ish this time, and it's going to run away for 4. Beats the diving Alex Davis. Just missed his lines there, Norwell.
It did, and it just ran away low from Alex Davis as well. So that's 4 byes against the keeper, and I reckon he can feel a bit rough about that.
Yeah, it was a good effort by Davis, but I think it was always going away from him at pace, so he'll be disappointed with four byes against his name there. In comes Norwell again. Short length this time, and it's just defended into the leg side. That completes the over. Score is 4 after just the 2 overs.
So potentially 5 more tonight, and then it'll be, well, if the conditions allow, and hopefully they will, forecast seems a bit better, it'll be an extended day tomorrow with 104 overs potentially. And Hannon Dolby's going to bowl. The sun is, but it's not gone in exactly. I think you're going to go, so Kevin's going to come back in. Thank you, Eve. And here's Hannon Dolby with 4 slips in place, looking for a bit of better fortune against Felix Organ, who drives firmly down the ground, and it's well fielded by Rhodes at mid-off, and there's no run. So still no run off the bat. 4 for no wicket, with potentially just under 5 overs to go this evening. But the lights are on. There's blue sky around, but the sun has gone in, so over the ground itself, the light isn't as great as it was a few minutes ago. Hannon Dolby bowls just wide enough of the off stump for Organ to keep the bat behind his shoulder. But he's a little fortunate to still be there, Kevin.
Well, I have to say, this is one of those sort of nightmare times as an opener that you go in. I mean, late at night, which is not great anyway. Shadows, and a team that is absolutely fighting for their lives to stay in Division 1. Two good bowlers out there who you know will give everything for these few overs, and of course tomorrow, but this is a nightmare time to bat.
It's a rotten time for Felix Organ to bat, and he's already had one life, but he leaves that one, which bounces nicely again from Hannon Dolby, who he's not a man who he's obviously fired up, Ollie Hannon Dolby. He's a pretty easygoing sort, but at the moment he is stalking around the place like he really means it.
Yeah, I know. Everybody that knows him says that he's quite easygoing. I think if you're watching the left picture feed and you're watching him striding back to his mark, I think if you look at his face, I think there's a lot of determination there.
Oh, there is. And here he is. It's a sprint into the crease, and he bowls to Organ, who's back in the crease and defending. Miscued it a bit, but it goes safely back up the pitch. Kent, I am informed by a better mathematician than myself, because Warwickshire have declared, and therefore there's a limit to the number of bonus points they can take, that means that Kent are safe. They cannot now be caught by Warwickshire, having already rattled up their own bonus points today, of course, in scoring 405 in short order. So Kent are safe, so it is down to just Warwickshire or Yorkshire to be relegated along with Gloucestershire. Here is Hannon Dolby, who bowls fuller, and Organ drives firmly but straight to Rhodes at mid-off, and there's no run. And the Gloucestershire wicket has just fallen, actually, ending that century stand between Jack Taylor and Oliver Price. Taylor gone for 67, a wicket for Fisher, so Gloucestershire 196 for 6, lead by 203 at Headingley, and they've still got potentially another 6 overs to bowl there today. But Yorkshire will have to make the biggest total of the match to win. Now, field change here. Mid-off is coming closer, and mid-wicket has come closer. So Hannon Dolby is trying to squeeze Organ a bit here, and Organ is leaving a ball on length that goes almost over the top of the off stump, but there is plenty of bounce and carry. So he remains intact, naught not out, and just the 4 byes so far in this Hampshire total of 4 for none.
Yeah, and these last 4 overs for these openers, and maybe anybody else that comes in after them, will seem quite a long time. It's a fairly good blue sky above us, even though the shadows across the playing pitch, which I think will keep us out here till very near the end, although just having a look at the batters, they look like they were coming together for a little while, but we will get another over from Liam Norwell. Of course, all the focus is on Warwickshire, and quite rightly, because you get to the end of this season at this point, and gosh, you want to stay up. And that declaration is certainly testament to that. As Norwell bowls full, he's driven, he's missed. Has Holland gone through to the keeper, Alex Davis? But just a very quick footnote is that Hampshire need another 4 points here in this game, however they do that, to guarantee second place, because Lancashire at the moment are well on top against Surrey. 5-12 all out Lancashire, Surrey 112 for 5. At the moment Lancashire on for full bonus points plus a win, and I think we're going off. Maybe a play and miss at this situation does actually focus the umpires' minds a little bit, even if you probably would have played and missed even in bright sunshine, but in this situation at this point in the season, I think any play and miss just gets magnified a little bit, and the umpires, with the shadow across the playing pitch, as I say, even though we've got blue sky above us, I've decided that maybe enough is enough. They're pulling the stumps out actually with just under 4 overs to go. They're asking somebody something. I think they might be calling it the day, are they? They don't think the light's going to improve.
No, and I suppose we head towards 6 o'clock. From this point, with the light being as it is, and it's not as if it's heavy cloud over the ground at the moment either. There's the sort of blue sky, and if it's still not light enough, then maybe they will pull it. So Warwickshire created 1 chance in that session and didn't take it. And tomorrow, and on Thursday, they're going to have to take all the chances, because bowling teams out has not been perhaps the primary reason they're in the position they're in is because they haven't taken 20 wickets. They haven't won a championship game since April.
No. Well, no time like the present. And I think that, I don't know, various apps are saying different things, but I think we can safely say, Mike, that the weather over the 2 days coming up will be vastly better.
It looks that way. Certainly better than we've had so far, with only, 73 overs bowled so far in the game in the first 2 days. And there are no more second chances for Warwickshire. They need the weather on their side. They also need Yorkshire to be defeated. Of course, if Yorkshire go on and chase down whatever they're left by Gloucestershire, then it is immaterial. And we know it's going to be over 200, so it's raining now in Leeds, of all things. So Gloucestershire with a lead of 211. So there is still quite a bit of life left in the relegation contest. But to underline that Kent are now safe, so Kent have secured First Division cricket for next season, and either Warwickshire or Yorkshire